definitely continuity in terms of programs started by the previous government, and I want to commend him highly for it. Speaker, in times past, concerns, actions towards renewable energy, as at my last check, was more of a DEX operation, a DEX officer operating. I hear the minister wants to, in line with the vision, to upscale. He wants to upgrade to the extent of an authority, which is commendable. But in this country, we often move with speed to upgrade. So, Minister, whilst you are seeking to upgrade, you should also look at giving the authority the necessary oxygen to be able to prosecute on its deliverables. Speaker, he made the point on solar system and excess being fed into the national grid. Wonderful point. But because of the need on solar panels, we may probably also have to look at what happens in other jurisdictions. Kenya, for instance, they've reduced the import duties on solar panels. So the private sector has come in, and the business is booming. The importation of solar has become a business for private hands, and it's helping to facilitate the transition. So, Minister, I would want to suggest you take a look at that. Indonesia now is manufacturing its own solar panels. And I'm happy you said that part of the solar farms we have in this country, accessories used for the establishment of these farms were locally manufactured. For me, that is the thrust of the argument. So we have we've discovered lithium, we have bauxite. Lithium and bauxite constitute more than 60% of the raw materials that is used in the manufacture of solar. So Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology could be engaged, and you have said in your address that the whole technical university will be upgraded. Minister, if I have your attention, the whole technical university will be upgraded, and you will have a department dedicated for this line of action. I want to encourage you to go on that tangent so that we can also upscale. You mentioned public sector energy efficiency, which is wonderful. The seat of government, other public institutions, parliament, and all these institutions, if we can have solar installed, it will help to reduce our bill on electricity. But when I heard all your narration, I hear the Korean government, I hear GTZ. There is little on government of Ghana investment. Of course, the Kalio, and the Zwiga that is located in your constituency, the Kalio solar farm, it was started by the MPP administration. The MPP administration started it, and you are continuing. I need to commend you on that. The Bui Power Authority solar farm, the MPP government started, you are continuing. I want to commend you highly. But I'm saying you need to do more in terms of government-owned investment. We can't overly be relying on the GIZ and the Koreans. What if indeed we believe in the transition, the concept of energy transition, then we as a government must make dedicated funds. And all the funds you want to establish, green funds and all that, I don't know, but because you said you are going to reduce taxation, I don't know where you are going to get the money to support these funds you are going to establish. So you may have to take a good look at it. Speaker, the concern about the RED Plus and the carbon credit is something we haven't been able to buy into, probably because of our capacity. If whole technical university is going to be upgraded and we'll have a department dedicated to theirs, Minister, don't let it be just mere words. I have confidence in you. Don't come to Parliament and say this, the next moment we say the same thing, the next moment we say the same thing. You've also mentioned that irrigation, just to feed into agricultural productivity, you are also making a move, which is very good. ARENA is supporting. GIZ is supporting. We want to see more from government side, especially on the mini grid. This is something we have to do. The Germans have shown class when it comes to solar in terms of the lifespan of the cells that are used Probably we should get more closer to the GIZ and be able to make a difference. Speaker, let me commend the minister, and to conclude, I want to suggest that ARENA has shown the way, and the matter on nuclear. As an independence, Kwame Nkrumah spoke about our nuclear energy needs. And the CSR has a well-defined blueprint. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And Minister, I see you are very spot on when it comes to the understanding of what has happened before, and the way is clear. If we shouldn't have any excuse why we cannot exploit our nuclear potential. And so we want to give you all the confidence. We know in this House we want to give you all the confidence. And we hope, Speaker, we hope this will not just be mere words. I hope it will not just be mere words. Minister, it will not be mere words. In conclusion, there is a fine balance we need to find as a country. The argument is made by experts. The Europeans have polluted to be where they are today. In terms of emission, what Africa emits, and in this context Ghana emits, is insignificant. However, we are being woodwinked into believing that adoption of green energy and solar is the way out. I don't know. Do we have to pick and choose? We also have to develop our industries. So are we saying bye-bye to fossil fuel? Because all the industrial countries, Germany is shutting down its coal plant because they are transitioning. However, we have not been able to develop our industries. That is the crux of the matter. Would solar help us and facilitate the development of our industries? These are questions we need to ask ourselves well. And if the answer is no, then we have to strategically position ourselves. We can't suddenly transition. It has to be a gradual process so that along the line we can also upscale and develop our industries duly. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the Minister for attending upon the House and giving us such a very exhaustive briefing on the progress in transitioning to clean and renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, I think he's given a very detailed program and a strategy, and we can only urge the Minister to apply himself diligently to the execution of the strategy and also the program that he has outlined. I see already that Ghana is making significant strides in trying to develop our solar-sourced energy. Mr. Speaker, there's one thing that I was keenly waiting to hear from the Minister's strategy that I didn't hear, and that is biogas. In all this strategy, what are we doing about biogas? I recall when I was Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, and around that time we're having this energy crisis, and some headmasters approached me and they were complaining about, at that time, the erratic power supply problems that we had and the frequent shutting off of lights. And I said, but you have 1,000 students on campus. They say yes. I said, the 1,000 students are all power generators walking around. Because if you just applied yourself and use biogas technology, they can generate electricity for themselves. And I actually went as far as traveling to Germany, because Germany has really advanced the technology for using biogas to generate heat that then powers generators to provide electricity. And then, like you said, they actually sell it to the state and make money out of it. So most villages had their own independent power generation plant based on biogas technology, because you have the animals, you have the waste material from the farms, and then you had the human beings, and working together efficiently, they generated enough electricity for their own consumption, and very often also fed it into the system. And so if you go beyond just the traditional known sources, which is solar, and we also exploit biogas technology, I believe that we can augment the power challenges that we have in this country. And then also, if you look at the study of the technology, the deployment of the technology, I think that when it comes to renewable energy, and particularly solar, it is the northern part of the country that has the longest periods of sunshine and the opportunity to really exploit the use of solar energy. And therefore, I think that in also considering the universities that will host the study of renewable energy and the development of local capacity, if you considered the technical universities in the Upper West or in the Upper East region or Northern region, it will really help, because that's where really the opportunity exists for extensively using solar power. And so it would be good to consider adopting one of those universities also as a platform for teaching and disseminating the knowledge and technology of the technology for solar power. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's a very impressive presentation, and I commend the Minister for coming to brief us. I believe that members will find the presentation very useful. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, I think on behalf of the House, I thank you so much for such a detailed brief. You've been in this House for a long time, and you've also been in the sector for a long time. We don't doubt your capacity in making sure that you translate your words into action. And you are aware that the House too has a very high capacity and knowledge of the sector. We focused on this greening, climate change, and the others, and we've always attended all the conferences. So please keep on working together with the House, and I'm sure we'll be able to respond to the crying needs of our people in that sector. We thank you so much for coming. But you are aware that the Kaleo project was started by the Mahama regime. It's Kaleo and Laura, but they were upgraded by Nana's regime. So please, it's not the case that it was started by just the outgone regime, but they actually increased it. Yes, that one is the fact, and that should be made known. These are statements of facts. These are not debates. Honorable members, we have... Oh, Minister, you are discharged. Sorry for keeping you waiting. We have in the House some dignitaries with us, and you can see that they are in the red apparel. It's for good reason. We've been taking some action on a few things, but we've not gone public. And this is why they are here, not only to draw our attention, but to urge on to take action. So I want to take a few minutes to draw the attention of the world, and Ghana in particular, on what we are doing with regard to this issue, and maybe allay the fears of our brothers and sisters who are here, I believe, to urge us on to be seen to be acting on the issue. This matter has to deal with the unsavory comments that were made on the floor a few weeks ago. And so I'm going to make a formal statement on it. Honorable members, it is with a deep sense of responsibility that I address you today on a matter that strikes at the very heart of our democracy: the need for civility, decency, respect, and decorum in our national discourse, particularly on the floor of Parliament. The people of Ghana look to this House as the bedrock and beacon of democracy and leadership in Ghana. It is our collective duty to set a standard that reflects the true character and values of our great nation. We know from the holy books the immense power of the word. We therefore need no reminders of the power of the spoken word. Words can inspire hope, foster national unity, and strengthen collective resolve. Yet, they can also divide, wound, and erode the very foundations of trust, national unity, love, hope, and the dignity we seek to uphold in this House. It is therefore regrettable that in the course of the parliamentary proceedings on 4th February this year, an honorable member of this House was subjected to an unwarranted, unjustified, and deeply offensive, reckless remark, or being referred to as, for want of a better way to convey the remark, quote, the daughter of a murderer. I apologize for having to even repeat it. You all know the background, but it's important to remind you. On Tuesday, 4 February 2025, Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rawlings, Member of Parliament for Klote Kole, and daughter of the father of the 4th Republican Constitution, our late former President Jerry John Rawlings, may his soul rest in perfect peace, sought recognition from the Speaker to contribute to the proceedings on the floor of Parliament. I was then attending a conference in Morocco, so my deputy was on the chair. Media footage available indicates that during this attempt to speak, the unsavory remark was uttered off microphone from a seat of the minority side of the House in reference to the honorable member. Such conduct is dishonorable, and I strongly condemn it as a behavior unbefitting of a member of Parliament. The law on this is very clear. Article 115 of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana guarantees freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in Parliament, ensuring that such discussions cannot be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. This privilege of freedom of speech is reiterated in Order 22 of our standing orders. Honorable members should, however, note that this privilege is not absolute and must be exercised responsibly and in accordance with the rules of Parliament. Article 116 of the 1992 Constitution provides that while members of Parliament enjoy immunity from civil or criminal proceedings for statements made in Parliament, they remain accountable within Parliament through the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges when those statements are found to be prima facie defamatory or in contempt of Parliament or in breach of parliamentary privilege. Such a member, when found guilty of defamation or in contempt of Parliament or in breach of parliamentary privilege, would be liable to be reprimanded or by resolution suspended from the service of Parliament for a period not exceeding 9 months or expelled from Parliament altogether. Let me be clear. Parliament is a place for constructive debate, guided by principles of mutual respect and integrity. While we may differ in our views and engage in spirited discussions, there is no room for language that seeks to offend, abuse, insult, demean, defame, blaspheme, or impute proper motives, or impugn the integrity of a member or any other person. In light of this incident, I extend my deepest apologies to Honorable Dr. Zaneto Agyemang-Rawlings, Member of Parliament for Klote Kole, Her Excellency Nana Konadu Agyemang-Rawlings, the former First Lady of Ghana and widow of our late illustrious President, the family, the chiefs, and all the good people of Anglo Duko and Anglo land. No one serving their country should have to endure such indignity. Consequently, a formal investigation has been initiated to determine the identity of the member who made the comment. Subsequent to which, in line with Standing Orders 218 and 219, the Committee of Privileges and Immunities and Ethics and Standards shall be called upon to consider the referral and report to the House. Parliamentary rules and regulations must be enforced. Decorum must be restored in this House, no matter whose ox is God. As we move forward, let this movement serve as a call to action, a call for introspection, a commitment to raising the standard of public debate, and a pledge to ensure that our disagreements remain intellectual and a market of ideas and wisdom, not personal vendetta based on impulse, instincts, or emotions. We must uphold the dignity and majesty of Parliament and not be enslaved in our past, most of which has been misrepresented. In the spirit of honor, accountability, and decorum, I advise the member responsible for the remark to, within a week, choose the path of honesty, mea culpa, and opt for a plea bargain. Taking this step would demonstrate good faith and respect for parliamentary dignity, rather than awaiting the outcome of the ongoing investigation, which will ultimately uncover the member who made the statement. I take a very serious view of the matter, and failure to take advantage of this window of opportunity will lead to dire consequences if finally unraveled. I take this moment to once more urge all members of Parliament to let our debates be vibrant but fair. Let our words be truthful, candid, and civil. And let our service to the people of Ghana always be guided by honor, integrity, and respect. May the Almighty God continue to guide and protect us from all satanic influences and machinations. I thank you all for listening. I want to assure you a lot of work has been done. A lot of work has been done since my arrival, and please, I urge the member to honor. Honorable members, with this, I want leadership to guide the House as to what next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for rendering an apology on behalf of this House to our colleague, the Honorable Zaneto Rawlings. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed very grateful to you. And Mr. Speaker, I will join you to urge colleagues to be decorous in the way that we conduct ourselves in the chamber. I believe that the investigation that you have launched will definitely unravel the individual who engaged in such a reckless comment. And I also urge whoever it is to own up as directed by the Speaker. And I want to assure this House that when we ultimately establish the identity of that person, the full weight of this side of the House will stand firmly behind the Privileges Committee when they seek to exact the highest penalty of this House. So, Speaker, on that note, let me apply that we take the urgent question, number 7B. 7B, the urgent question. We're agreed on that. After the Minister's presentation on green transition, we'll take the urgent question.
Minority from bench.
Speaker, may you permit me to make a brief comment as I heard the Majority Leader commend you for your statement. Speaker, I recall an incident happened and it's related to me, and I had come under the appropriate orders to seek your intervention. And I recall, I will respect, your feedback was that the lady in question was going to be invited by you. It's a different matter, yes. I am a bit taken aback that I've still not heard anything from you, and it's quite worrying. I'm only bringing it to your attention. I am unable to comment absolutely on the statement you made regarding our dear colleague. Many of us have spoken on the subject matter outside this chamber. But once the Speaker has spoken, it brings finality to it. We are hoping we can bring this matter to a close. I'm hoping we can bring this matter to a close. But I'm taken aback that mine has taken close to 3 weeks. The Speaker had assured that will engage the two of us. I am reliably informed the lady was invited. I was not invited. Speaker, I'm just bringing this to your attention. But I will leave the decision in your bosom. And you are experienced and clothed with the powers to guide this House in all matters. So I'll just bring this to your notice and hoping that we can bring finality to it. Yeah, that notwithstanding, Speaker, no. Application made is for us to, Speaker, what? Speaker, on this occasion, permit me to make a point. And ordinarily, I would not speak to her, because I thought in this House sometimes emotions go high and some comments are made. But on the said day, when the supposed comment was made, our colleague also made a very damning comment. No.
Honorable.
Leader. Speaker, on that said day, our colleague...
Honorable members, please, just a minute. Honorable members, some of you just are a few days old in Parliament. It doesn't matter. I'm looking at you. Repeat what you said. Please. If I were such a biased person, I couldn't have wanted to be a speaker in opposition. Please. I'm begging before you came into this House. Your minority leader spoke. I've given him enough time to speak, and he's still speaking. He knows how close he is to me. And he knows that I will not ignore the issue I took upon myself. And he has mentioned that I have invited the lady concerned. It's not that I will not invite him. It's a process. And he knows what has intervened up to now. If not by this, I would have finished doing that. So please, don't think we are all the same. We are not. That's why I'm here, and that's why you are seated there. Please, Minority Chief, you may continue.
Speaker, we on this side respect your authority. We will continue to respect your authority. Speaker, where we have dissenting views, we'll make those views, we'll pegate those views with the greatest of respect to you. We will not show any disrespect to you. Speaker, I only made a point, and I'm sure, Speaker, you have taken good notice. On the other matter, I felt our colleague, the Honorable Murtala, made a point ascribing some allegations of J.B. Dankwa being a CIA agent, and he said he had evidence of the J.B. Dankwa being a CIA agent and also a betrayer of the state. So we thought that was outward, that was outlandish, and that was out of place. And it's not parliamentary, but we felt that on this note, we want to make a formal complaint. On our side, we want to make a formal complaint to your side, that this should be investigated The records will reflect. Once this is investigated, we should get to the bottom of this too. It's quite unfortunate we've allowed this to go and we are not commenting about it. Nobody is attempting to draw parity. No, it is not an attempt to draw parity. The Honorable Dr. Ezanoto knows how we on this side respect her. I respect her a lot. But Speaker, the allegations thrown at JB Dankwa cannot be wished away. Speaker, we will pray your wisdom on this matter, and we should bring some finality to it. And I make that point strongly, that it was unparliamentary comment and was totally unnecessary, that it should be expunged from the records, and the Honorable Murtala should be called, should answer some questions, reasons why he made those allegations against JB Dankwa.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, with all due respect, I find the conduct of the minority chief whip very, very appalling. Mr. Speaker, a matter of such grave national significance occurs, and you come, you make a statement, you apologize on behalf of the House to the family and our honorable colleague and to Ghanaians, and all the minority chief whip will seek to do is to equalize. Seeking to equalize. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Murtala stood on his feet in this House and boldly made a statement pursuant to his right to free speech in this chamber. The person who made the comment should also boldly get up and let's see the person. Let that person stand up. If the person is a man, the person should stand up and let's see the person. And the person will not stand up because the person knows that what he did is wrong. If what you did was right, stand up and let's see you. Oh, so you know the person. Do you know the person? Mr. Speaker, I think what the minority chief whip has done is most unfair. If you have issue with what Murtala said, please come properly. Not to use this occasion when the Speaker has so beautifully apologized to this country and to our honorable colleague. Then you try to bring in a statement that Murtala expressed his views.
Honorable. Yes, please. Yes. Yes, please. Yes. Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I think my respected and majority leader should know that we will not do anything to undermine the authority of the Speaker. I only sought to bring a matter to the notice of the Speaker. And it's important you don't mix the two. It's important you don't mix the two. I thought at that time the matter should have brought to the notice of whoever was presiding then. It was not done. It's not too late. We can also bring it to the notice of the Speaker and say that this was done, these comments were made, and these comments were not parliamentary. I don't see anything wrong with this. And for you to say my conduct is appalling, I find it quite strange. Leader, I find it quite strange. That is your view. That is his view. That is his view.
No, you can't do that.
Speaker, I think we will leave this matter here. And he has made an application that we should proceed. But we are delaying, we are overly delaying the debate. Speaker, we are overly delaying. Our side is ready for the debate, and the delay is becoming quite straight. It is becoming too. Where's my side? Where is your side? Your people are supposed to be here. Your people cannot be found. Speaker, so I will accept to say that maybe we should limit the follow-ups, exhaust the questions, and then we can zoom into the debate.
Honorable members, before we go there, let me now tell you the members who are here actually came on demonstration to present a petition. But it looks like we still have a lot to do for members to know, the public, civil society to know how to present a petition to the House. The rules are very clear that petitions are presented through a member of parliament. And the member comes to the House through the process and is given the opportunity to lay the petition. Then the petition is referred to a committee that we have established now, Petitions Committee. They will now go into the petition and then report to the House. Then the House can deliberate upon the matter. That is still not clear to our people outside this House. I'm not even sure some of you know that. So I will proceed to draw your attention to those who are here to present the petition. And in fact, they've been here since, I'm told, before 10 in the morning. They are being led by their national patron in the person of Madame Anita Disoso. They also have their national chairperson in the person of Madame Angel Nutako. The others include the vice chairman, Mr. Geoffrey Atakli Banini, the secretary, Mr. Wolanyo Agradi, organizer, Mr. Aklom Kofi Dodunu, deputy treasurer, Ms. Yvette Mototi. The youth organizer is Mr. Elike Amenyau. The public relations officer is Mr. Francis Azohade. And then you have one Mr. James Agama and Mr. Francis Seshi. These are the names submitted to me as those who have come on the demonstration to draw our attention to that unsavory remark. Honorable members, this is your house. You either develop it or you try to destroy it. You know the consequences of that. I preside and now apply the rules strictly. Strictly. Anybody who disagrees is at liberty to do the proper thing. But I'll apply the rules from today on strictly. The matters that you just draw my attention to are all covered by the rules. And so once again, members, take time to read the rules. Enemies. And so you don't even have patience to listen to each other. Please, that is not what Parliament is about. If that has been the case, there will be no need to establish a parliament. We'll allow you to, on the street, slug it out there. Then they know who is stronger. But that is not to be. We took time from 2002, an experience to iron out these rules. Don't let's make the rules useless. They are to guide us. We'll get enough time for all of you. Please, just be tolerant of each other's views. We are different. We have different perspectives. That's why we are not members of the same party. Leaders, try and be your leaders. Don't mislead us. You should rather be more patient and tolerant with each other. And you know when one is on the feet, please, you give signal. If you catch the eye of the speaker, he will allow you to speak. And the others will have to resume his or her seat. And then we move on. Ghanaians want to hear you. I'm getting very, very worried and concerned about what is happening. It's not only me. I receive on a daily basis a lot of concerns from elders, not only in Ghana, outside Ghana. We cannot afford to let our people down. Honourable members, I would have preferred we go straight to the debate. But since the leaders want us to take the urgent question, I will proceed to call on the member who has filed the question. And I think there are two members. One, the Member of Parliament for Swami, Mr. John Dakun, and then the Member of Parliament for Asokwa, Ms. Patricia Apieje. So we'll start with the Member of Parliament for Swami. Please, you may ask your question now. Let me listen to the majority leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we said urgent question 7B because 7A, we are told, was not transmitted to the minister. So the Minister for Energy has left. So we are taking only...
Minority Chief Whip, you know, department in charge of transmitting questions and following up on the department in charge of transmitting questions and following up on the questions until they are answered. And then the same process, it will be advertised, and the minister will be informed to come and answer. So it's not the failure or refusal of any member of parliament, whether minority or majority, to do so. Please, you know it.
Because we are very tolerant, so we understand them. So, Speaker, shall we proceed to take 7B?
Actually, what I know about you is you are civil with your language. As for being tolerant, I'm not too sure about that. But for your language, you do all you can to be very civil. And then you respect your colleagues when you are speaking. Tolerance is another matter. Even sometimes, I'm not sure I'm tolerant myself. So it's a human failure, it's a weakness, but we'll try to do so. I can see my friend looking at me. Yes, so we'll take item 7B. Yes?
So we are taking, with respect, the agreement was that we'll take only 7B, after which we'll start the debate.
Yes.
Yes.
7B. 7B. The Member of Parliament for Asokwa. Well, we will reserve it for her to come and ask appropriately. Yes, Deputy Whip, Minority.
Yes. Speaker, thank you very much. Respectfully, she directed that I ask the questions on her behalf, so subject to your directions, please.
May you read the standing orders?
Speaker,
The appropriate standing order, please.
Speaker, I have a permission to ask the question, so that is what I'm saying. So, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if...
Why are you struggling? You have the standing orders with you. Just read it.
Speaker,
yes, honorable member, please go on.
thank you very much, Speaker.
This is a question. Read it.
Speaker, I rise to ask this question on behalf of Madam Patricia Piaget, which is to ask the Minister for Gender.
Yes.
Children and Social Protection, what measures the ministry has put?
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just this past weekend, you organized an orientation program to orient members of parliament, to show them how to do their work. This side of the house chose not to attend. And we are seeing the results and the effect of not attending. Mr. Speaker, this is the more reason why this side of the house should have taken advantage of the orientation program that you organized. Because we're taught all these things. So please, let's not politicize these affairs. The Speaker knows what he's doing when he organizes an orientation. Wherever the orientation is, please. It is in Ghana. So you should attend so that you can do this job very well. Mr. Speaker, I think you should be merciful today. Let him ask the question. And I'm sure next time they'll take advantage of the orientation program that you will organize. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, let the lead. Speaker, we on this side, we know the others. We are not. Speaker, it is. Speaker, we will not go into the merits and demerits of what happened over the weekend. We are on record to have written formally and communicated formally. We want to leave it aside. We communicated formally to the clerk our reservations. And Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, we had said that any time such, and we don't doubt the wisdom of the Speaker. We don't. We on this side do not doubt the wisdom of the Speaker. Those of you sitting at the back saying that you should quote the orders, you better learn your orders well. You better learn your orders. Speaker, the Honorable Jerry Ahmed, Speaker, the Honorable Jerry Ahmed, this caucus has seen some huge potential in him. That is why, Speaker, on our front bench, he is the only first-time member of Parliament who has been allowed to sit in front. None of you can sit in front. None of you at the back. None of you at the back will be allowed to sit at the front bench. What you should be doing is to be learning. You should be taking a cue. Why the Honorable Ahmed was recognized by the caucus and was given that mandate to sit in front. You will never sit here at this time. You will never sit here. You will never sit here. So, Speaker, I think the member should be allowed. The member elected not to quote the orders. So, Speaker, the member should be allowed to ask the question. We have spent too much time, and then the debate can start.
Yes, honorable members, the standing order is what the Minority Chief Whip referred to, Standing Order 88.3. And it says, in the absence of the member, referring to the member who has filed a question, any other member so authorized may, with the prior permission of the Speaker, ask the question. So, honorable members, in practice, what you do is to state that I have the authority of the person who has filed the question and who, for good reason, is not available. And I ask your permission. That is referring to me, the Speaker, to ask the question. Then you are granted the permission and you proceed to do so. That is the practice. And so I will be holding you people to test. I will hold you. Whether they've gone to hold or they've gone to imprise, so I will hold you. You must go by the rules from now on. I think the honeymoon is over. Yes, so the question has been asked. Minister, you've heard him. You don't need to repeat the question again, unless you want to repeat. Yes, you want to repeat? Please go on.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to thank you for the further directions, and I take a cue. And I am most guided, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me appreciate the efforts of Parliament and other stakeholders, especially you, Right Honourable Speaker Alban Bagbin, the efforts you put into ensuring that the bill was passed by the 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is in the process of developing a legislative instrument to guide its implementation. The setting up of the Gender Equity Committee and other related boards are underway to ground our implementation process. These are among other key steps being taken to fulfill the Ministry's mandate and the manifesto promises of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We will also engage this August House, especially the Gender Committee, when constituted, to ensure the effective implementation of the Act through its oversight role. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, that is so, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
please. Yes.
with your permission, if I can do the follow-ups.
Yes, please.
How soon after your appointment into office will you set up the Gender Equity Committee to oversee the implementation of the Affirmative Action Act, and what resources will you use to ensure the effectiveness of same?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated, the boards are being constituted as we speak. And so, as we have directives and indication from the presidency, we will form the boards, and the Equity Committee will equally be constituted, and work will commence from there.
Yes, Minister, what is the title of the act? What is the title of the act?
It's the Gender Affirmative Action Act, the Equity Act, 2020.
Yes, I want it stated clearly. Was what I see on the order paper.
Mr. Speaker, yes, the order paper did not. It's the Affirmative Action Act, Act 2024. That's the Equity Act. It's the Gender Affirmative Action Act.
I'm sure you have it. I'm sure you have it in your answer. Or you were also misled. It is Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act 2024 Act. Is there? Yes. Please resume your seat. Sit down. Yes.
Speaker,
Minority Chief Whip. Minority Chief Whip.
The Affirmative Action
Minority
Gender
Chief Whip.
Equity Act.
Minority Chief Whip. Yes.
Speaker, I thank you for recognizing me. Indeed, all of us are fallible. Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act 2024, Act 1121. That's what it is. That is it. That is it. Speaker, go and repeat. Go and repeat it. Go and repeat. Go and repeat that.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I see my minority chief whip is struggling to equalize again. Mr. Speaker, the minister is normally, even when we're in law school, Mr. Speaker, even in examination halls, Mr. Speaker, you didn't have to cite the number of the act. You didn't have to. Even in examination halls. Even in examination halls. And in any case, she mentioned it.
I did.
She mentioned it. She mentioned it.
You were reading it.
She mentioned it. And Mr. Speaker, with great effort, they Googled and saw the number. With great effort, they Googled and saw the number. Oh, you are reading from your phone. We saw you were reading from your phone. You Googled it. I think on a lighter note, Mr. Speaker, I think we can continue.
Honorable members, this is a very, very important act. And I want everybody in Ghana to know the title and its contents. It's so crucial to the development of our nation. And that's why we took time to detail it out. And we are going to hold the government. We will hold the government to make sure that the provisions of this act are fully and totally implemented. Notice to the government, the percentage cannot be lowered. Are you all hearing me? That percentage of 30% cannot be lowered. Please, any supplementary question?
That is so, Mr. Speaker. So, can you outline the specific targets and timelines for the implementation of the Act? And how do you plan to adjust if these are not met?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I indicated that once we have the committee formed, the ministry itself is in the process of working with CSOs and other stakeholders to ensure that the committees work effectively with this House to start the implementation processes. And so in our budget allocation, some resources have been put in there we have a budget line to ensure effective implementation. Aside the government support that is coming, we are also speaking to DPs who are equally interested in seeing to it that the Act is fully implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have the last opportunity.
I did not get the response on the timelines. So respectfully, if you can indicate that, so we are aligned.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I repeated that some of the implementation processes are based on the formation of the boards and others, which is underway. And on our part, if you want details, we've met with CSOs, and then we are forming some subcommittees to start the implementation processes. We are also waiting on this August House to constitute the gender committee, which plays oversight role. And so when all of these are put in place, definitely you will see more of the actions. Currently, it's more of desk work. And so once we are done, you will see us working.
A supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Supplementary question to the Minister responsible for gender, children, and social protection on the measures and efficient implementation of the Affirmative Action Act 2024, whether what the Speaker said, the current crop of ministers, whether this has been satisfied or implemented, and what would you do as a minister to ensure that the 30% in the Affirmative Action 2024 is achieved? Thank you, Speaker.
I was looking at the ambit of the question. The question was looking for measures the ministry has put in place to ensure the effective and efficient implementation of the Act. The way you phrase your question, I'm not sure it's within the jurisdiction of the ministry, that aspect that you are talking about. So it's very difficult. But if the minister has a response, we will be prepared to listen to her. Are you the minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we are all well aware, the government is in the process of being formed. And so we are watching and looking out. In any case, what has been done so far gives us hope that the 30% or more than 30% target is on course. Currently, we are all appointments that have been made, we are around 23% plus. And so that gives us more hope that with the forthcoming ones, we will meet the target as stated in the affirmative action. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister just informed this House that so far appointments made, 23% of same meet that threshold, and that gives hope. Is the Minister aware that in the cabinet of which she is a member, it's only 10% that has been allocated for women thus far? Is she aware?
Yes, prelude to the debate. Prelude to the debate. Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If the Honorable Minority Leader had listened to me well, he would have heard me say that all appointments that have been made, including cabinet ministers, so all appointments. Right, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Minority Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records, and the Honorable Minister knows that when she enters the dispatch box, she can only deal with facts. With the greatest respect, the government announced its cabinet, and Mr. President communicated his cabinet to the Speaker. The Speaker read the cabinet to this House. Perhaps I may give you some updates. Of the 19, I heard, and you said if I heard you right. So let me put to you what I heard from what Mr. Speaker read. It is you and Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajare who were the only ministers, female, that, respectfully, that I heard as being part of the cabinet. If you calculate, it is 10% and not more. Are you saying that this 10% meets the 30% threshold? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think you had given some earlier guides. You had indicated that the question should The follow-up question should fall within the ambit of the main question. So, Speaker, I think the minority leader should be so guided by you. What has the question of the composition of cabinet in terms of gender got to do with this specific question? There's no relationship. There's no relationship. There's no relationship. There's no relationship.
Mr. Speaker, relying on Order 89, and I shall read. As soon as a question is answered, any member beginning with the member who asked the question may, without notice, ask a supplementary question for further clarification of any matter of fact on the answer. But a supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. Yes, relax. Mr. Speaker, would the majority leader be patient and tolerant for this exercise? Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister at the dispatch box told this House that so far the appointment made meets the threshold. Mr. Speaker, appointments are in categories. We have the cabinet of the president. And I am saying that per the communication from the president, this is coming from your own answer, not me. And I am anchoring my supplementary question on your own answer in accordance with Order 89. Mr. Speaker, if the minister says that so far government has complied in terms of appointment made, I am asking her whether she is aware that the cabinet composition has only 2 women, and that 2 is herself and Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajare, and that amount to only 10%. You said I didn't hear you right. I heard you. Are you aware that in your own cabinet you are only 2 women out of 19? Are you aware? Mr. Speaker, this is a question that the minister must answer. The majority leader should not attempt to shield the minister. The minister must answer this.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader should be guided by our standing orders. Order 89(1) that he seeks to rely on says that as soon as a question is answered, any member beginning with the member who asked the question may, without notice, ask a supplementary question for further clarification of any matter of fact or on the answer. But a supplementary question, listen. But a supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. It is the original question. The original question is the yardstick, not the answer. The original question, the question is the yardstick for further questions. Otherwise, you have to give the minister time to go, and then you ask a proper question, they'll come back. So please, Mr. Speaker, the question he's asking doesn't arise from the original question. That's my point. I'm saying that even asking based on the answer, is that okay? The rule is very clear that the yardstick is whether or not your further question falls within the original question. The original question. It didn't say the answer. It didn't say the answer, the original question.
I think it's proper we move into the debate. Let's use this as a prelude to the debate. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am ever ready to go on that jurisprudence path with the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, if he wants us to deal with the question, then let's read the question. The question reads, to ask the Minister for Gender and Children and Social Protection, what measures the ministry has put in place to ensure the effective and efficient implementation of the Affirmative Action Act 2024. Mr. Speaker, the minister is in office. Government is being formed. Her duty in ensuring implementation is what the questioner wants to know. In the process of assuring this House that measures are being put in place, she then added that appointments made so far have all complied. And Mr. Speaker, I am asking her, emanating from her own answer and anchoring it also on the question, which is not new, to demand of her whether or not she is aware that the President of the Republic, fully aware of this act, based upon which he appointed you as a minister, and you are assuring this House that so far they've complied. Are you aware that in his own cabinet, of which you are a member, only 2 of you out of 19 have been announced as cabinet ministers? We have Minister for Fisheries. She did not make it to cabinet. To make it 30%, only 10%. And the majority leader is preventing you from answering when it's a matter of public record. Mr. Speaker, the minister must answer this question. So you should tell us that your government has failed in putting in place measures to meet this 30% threshold. You should let us know. The government has failed. Mr. Speaker, the government has thus failed in meeting this threshold. So answer. It's a question, it's not out of order, it's within the remit of Order 89. You will answer. Mr. Speaker, please get her to answer this question.
Yes, Honorable Suhini.
Thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker, I just want to draw the majority leader's attention to the minority leader's attention to Order 81-2, which says that a question shall be restricted to matters for which the minister, the member or the head of independent constitutional body is responsible, or which affect the general policy of the ministry or independent constitutional body. Mr. Speaker, in this case, she is not responsible for appointing people to cabinet. Again, Mr. Speaker, the answer the minority leader is seeking to find out, like he himself has correctly stated, is a matter of public record. And we are also told in this House that you don't ask questions of ministers on matters that are already known to this House. And for that matter, a matter of public record. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is only concerned about making a statement and restating, I'm sure for the public gallery, that cabinet appointments is short of meeting 30%. That's all he seems to be interested in. Mr. Speaker, in that case, I'll suggest to him to do a statement that I'm sure you'll be kind enough to admit, so that he can make that statement on the floor and not pass it through a question. Because clearly what he is doing is not questioning the minister. It is just making a statement for the media and for the public to take note of the fact that, oh, there are only 2 women that have been appointed. Thank you.
You want us to continue? I thought we should move to... Sorry?
Respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect, the minister has made a statement on this House floor which contradicts public records. Mr. Speaker, the minister cannot escape this. In all humility, she told us that all appointments made have met the 30% threshold. That is what she said. Mr. Speaker, that is what she said. She says that, Mr. Speaker, they have met that threshold. Mr. Speaker, let the minister answer the question. Because all this protection, I don't see why all of them are preventing the minister from answering. She should answer the question. If the question is out of order, that should go into the record, and I will submit. Mr. Speaker, I've asked the question. If you think that the question does not meet the requirements of Order 89, rule me out of order and let the records take note of it, and then we all be guided by posterity. But as far as I'm concerned, the question has been asked, the minister would have to answer, no matter the protection from the majority leader and my respected friend Suhini, who is trying to go under the 81 to create his own issue. I don't mind, but the question must be answered.
Well, from the basis of your further supplementary question, I think you got it wrong, because the minister clearly stated that so far the percentage of appointment is 23. She stated in the answer, but she did not say anything about 30%. I just listened to you. I'm trying to correct the error you've made as the basis for your further suppression. Because you stated that she said that the appointments have met the 30% threshold. And I'm saying she didn't say so. She said 23%, not 30%. So, please, may we proceed to the debate, because I know it's an issue that is dear to members, and that you raise it again. I am very, very clear in my mind, and my passion for this bill is beyond measure. And so I will support any person who wants to see the total implementation of the provisions of the bill. I will do that. So let's proceed to the debate. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I still have 3 more supplementary questions. I still have 3 more supplementary.
Well, please, can you read the standing orders?
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided by Standing Order 89.3. And with
Yes.
your permission, I read the 3.
Yes.
Any other member may be allowed to ask not more than 2 supplementary questions, except that the majority and minority leader or co-leaders may each ask not more than 5 supplementary
So
questions.
where do you come? Are
Mr.
you
Speaker,
a leader or co-leader?
Mr. Speaker, it is Mr. Speaker, the interpretation, Mr. Speaker, the interpretation, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, even though I'm guided as leadership mentioned in the standing orders, my understanding with the Order 89.3 has been loaded on our screen. If you mention the majority leader and the minority leader, my understanding is that the co-leaders are the other leaders. But if it is not the case, if it is not the case, Mr. Speaker, if it is not the case, I am guided. If it is not the case, I am guided. But I know that Mr. Speaker can always create room to accommodate us and allow
Of papers by the chairman of the Appointments Committee. Sorry, minority leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, unless the majority would insist that they will do this without our input. We are just discussing this matter. They've just made the draft report, the report available to my deputy whip. I'm in communication with the minority, deputy minority leader. Deputy majority leader, Mr. Speaker. I want us to discuss it so that we'll do this tomorrow. I am not aware of this, but if there's a new precedent that they want to do it, then I've made my point.
Yes, Chairman of the committee, what is the position?
Right, Honorable Speaker, at the committee sitting, we have agreed, we went through the 12 reports. Honorable Speaker, what is outstanding is the 13th report, which has not been concluded. But we are talking about the 12 reports that we all sat at the meeting room, we've gone through it, and we have approved it, and it is to be taken by consensus. So the majority leader and the ranking member of the committee should be informed that we are talking about the 12 reports that the committee has agreed upon, but not the 13th report.
Yes, Minority Leader.
We don't need to be making certain pronouncements for records. I am aware that this is a 12 report, and I'm not acting in bad faith. I am in discussion with the leader and his deputy. Please. Sometimes.
Well,
yes, Mr. Speaker, the understanding is that we would have a discussion because this very report, he presided. The first, the deputy majority leader was the one who presided when he was out of the jurisdiction. And he's just reached out to me, and I said, look, no problem, let's discuss, and then we can be late, and then rely on order 104, and then even move it the same day. Once we resolve the matters, there's no problem. So why would we be breaking shoulders over this matter? As if I'm preventing you. If it's your pleasure to have your way, so be it. But that's not the understanding we've had in this house. The practice is that we all engage. Sometimes don't create the impression for public records as though somebody is difficult. I always act in good faith.
I don't see much problem in this. Chairman, just a minute. I think what the chairman conveyed to the House is that you've already agreed on the report. Now, if after the agreement, the two of you have identified something that you need to consult, that should have been made known, and then you go. Yeah, but the chairman is not aware. Well, but he's the one presenting the report. That's his report. Even though it comes from the committee, as at now, that is a report that he has to present. So he is not aware. And that's why he's emphasizing that you agreed. Now, you have identified something that there's a need for further discussion. You should have made that in your submission so that we can give you more time to discuss. Because once it's consensus, we should go on that tangent. Yeah, so Majority Leader, I think we should allow the deputy Majority Leader who chaired the committee meeting during the discussion of this matter to engage him, and whatever differences they identified, they discuss with the chairman of the committee. Then we can present the report and move on. Please. It's not by majority, it's consensus. So don't let us break that rule. Let's go on. Then we'll go straight to the debate. Please do your consultation and let us know the outcome today. Let's go straight to the debate. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, with respect, there is a pending motion. My understanding from the minority chief whip who was at conclave was to the effect that the motion can only be taken today with you presiding. And according to him, the first Deputy Speaker communicated that to him at conclave, that your indication is that you would want to preside over that motion yourself. Mr. Speaker, I reached out to the clerk at table on this matter because I cannot see it on the order paper. He tells me that, yes, he has the transmission in his office. He's yet to get us the supplementary, the order paper addendum. Mr. Speaker, I remember that the indication was that we can have this done today when we wanted to take it before SONA. So, Mr. Speaker,
the discussions regarding the motion that he has mentioned. But the discussion was that the motion may be taken today, Tuesday, but the order was not indicated. It wasn't indicated that it will be taken before the motion on SONA. The indication was that it could be taken today, Tuesday, after the SONA. Yes, you wanted it before the SONA, and I was there, and there was some discussion, and you were, urged upon to put it after the SONA, and you agreed. Yeah, you agreed. Nobody is saying that there was no such understanding. And today was proposed, but it wasn't said definitely that. It will come before the motion on the SONA. That was the point. There was no clear commitment that it will be before the motion. So we can move the motion on SONA, and then if by the time we finish, the addendum is here, we can also move that motion. In any case, you can even...
I presided over the discussion. I ruled that the motion will be taken today. It's half-hour motion that was proposed. That was what was proposed. And based on my advice, we decided that it should be a substantive motion, not half-hour. Because half-hour will be too short for such a motion to be properly deliberated upon. So we agreed to make it a substantive motion. The proposers of the motion led by the minority leader insisted that it should be taken before the motion for the SONA. But at the end of the day, my ruling was that it should be taken today. The order I did not state. I did not state because the order paper gives the order of business for the day, unless a member gets up to call on the Speaker to vary the order of business. So I did state clearly that please ensure that it be programmed and to be taken today. That one, I'm very clear about that. The majority leader was not happy about it being taken today. That one's very clear at the meeting, but I insisted that it should be taken today. That is what happened. This was in my office. Minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you may recall, the conclusion of the discussion led to hear the majority leader even insisted that once we are done with the motion, no reference should be made in the debate of SONA. Mr. Speaker, that is what he said. And Mr. Speaker, when he said that, you said indeed, it cannot, once the matter is closed and referral made, no further reference can be made in the SONA debate proper. Mr. Speaker, if we agree that we are closing it, then how can we then say that, oh, we didn't agree on the order? Mr. Speaker, it's already 3 p.m.
You don't debate the Speaker.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'm not doing that. You called me.
That is what you are doing now. And what we just referred to was the time we're discussing the half-hour motion. That was when these matters came up. But when we finally agreed that half-hour was not sufficient, it should be a substantive motion, that part did not come in again. I'm very clear in my mind about these things because I swore an oath and I'm bound by it. So when I'm discussing things with you people, I just don't take them for granted. I want to follow strictly according to what we agreed upon. And that is what I'm doing. I advise you that 30 minutes duration was too short for the subject matter that you have proposed. It will be enough space for members to air their views. And finally, you were convinced and agreed we should do it substantive motion. And I directed that, yes, it be programmed for today. So these are not things that you come and then argue over on the floor of the House again. It will be done. So please bear in mind as we start the debate that this will also be part of the business of the House today. The substantive motion that has been proposed, even though not on the order paper, should be brought as an addendum to the order paper so that we can debate it today. Yes, please. So let's move on to the main item for today. And we'll, you know something. Oh, so all this opportunity I've given you to be heard meant that you can't be heard. How can you say that? Please, have you read the text on filibuster? Have you read? No, he knows about filibuster.
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. When you ask me a question and I'm answering, then you come in with, are you debating the Speaker? Mr. Speaker, there was a discussion. The majority leader had an opportunity to say his side of the story. And I'm also making my point. Then you come in, then the next moment is filibustering.
Minority leader, when you respond this way, it's not fair. It's when I stated I ruled. And so when I state my ruling, and you get up and you are raising the same issue again, you are debating me. The ruling is clear, and I stated the ruling, and that ends it. You can disagree with it, and you know what the standing order says you can do. You come by a substantive motion. Please. You are not part of Gen Z. Please, honorable members, let's move on to the order paper, and we'll take item number 11. Item number 11, commencement of the debate, and the motion is to be moved by the honorable member for Cape Coast South, Mr. George K. Ricketts Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion item number 11 on page 4 of the order paper, that this Honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Thursday, the 27th of February, 2025. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President again for fulfilling his constitutional duty based on Article 67 to basically tell the country the state of our nation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a few comments, but to start with a comment, I would like to quote from what His Excellency the President said on page 4, the last paragraph of his message. Mr. Speaker, and with your indulgence...
You started, it's not a full sentence.
Oh, okay, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'm directed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I quote, says Speaker, and I quote, says, Mr. Speaker, as for resuming office, he had seen more, that the position is actually worse than we thought. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that a lot of the flagship policies or programs of the previous government had actually failed, except one. Mr. Speaker, and I will start with a free senior high school. Mr. Speaker, in Article 25 of the Constitution, it is clear that if it is possible for the country to actually afford a free education, then the country must do so progressively. When the previous government was in power, they decided that they were actually going to go ahead and do the free education without actually making any proper provision in terms of a budget to cover this. Mr. Speaker, as a result of that, we have been successful at implementing the free education, but we have not been adequately successful in funding it. Mr. Speaker, when you come to another flagship program, which is the 1D, 1F, Mr. Speaker, it is clear, looking back in the last 8 years, when this policy was implemented, we have not actually have a lot of benefit out of it. And it is part of the hardship that we face today. Mr. Speaker, we were told that about 196 or so companies were successful on this program. Yet, there is nothing much to show as to what these companies are actually doing that is having an economic impact on Ghana's economy. But what we do know is that rather than contributing to the economy is actually, or the country is actually paying to them taxes, basically what they call the tax exemption, which means that this is money that the country will actually not get. Mr. Speaker, at some stage, we were discussing about $300 million US. Later on, it was revised down to $100 million. But it was clear to us that it was money that was needed to fund the elections. And unfortunately, or fortunately for us, that did not happen. Mr. Speaker, so basically, this 1D, 1F, which is supposed to provide us jobs, are actually not providing these jobs. And it's as a result of that that we are having the hardship that His Excellency John Mahama was talking about. Now I take another program, which is 1D, 1W.
Honourable Member, the First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Could you? I'm talking about your failure.
Honourable Member, continue.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the other flagship program that has contributed to the difficulties that we have in this country is to do with the planting for food and jobs. Mr. Speaker, this program did not provide enough food, that did not make this country food security, and did not create the jobs that should be associated with this. Mr. Speaker, the more planting for food and jobs that we did, the less food we produce and the less jobs we created. It makes you wonder what the previous government was planting, that we did not get the food and did not get the jobs. Mr. Speaker, in terms of unemployment, as His Excellency said, the current hardships that we are facing as a result of a number of our people not having jobs to do, unemployment basically has moved from 8% to around 14%. So it clearly tells you that all these flagship programs that were supposed to create jobs did not actually create them. So the policies were actually a failure, to say the least. Mr. Speaker, another thing that has created the kind of hardships and the crisis this country and the economy is in is to do with a high level of inflation. Mr. Speaker, the inflation that we have in this country today, the bulk of it has been a food inflation. For the last 8 years, all the inflation that we have experienced in the last 8 years, the bulk of it is actually food inflation. Mr. Speaker, we have failed in managing our currency, and we have created unprecedented depreciation of Ghana's currency. It's been the worst currency for many years. It is still the worst currency. It is interesting. When a government or a party that left power about 2 months ago wants the current government that has been in power for 2 months to fix the mess they created for the last 8 years, I will ask them to exercise patience. Their mess will be cleaned up, but it will take a while. So they should not be in rush to ask the current government to clean up the mess. Mr. Speaker, it is actually surprising that with all the problems they created and the amount of debt that we have on our books that resulted in us going to the IMF, even the debt restructuring that we were supposed to do was a mess. We couldn't restructure the domestic debt exchange properly. We couldn't do the external one properly. In fact, we used 137 billion, or we were to use 137 billion to do this domestic debt. And the threshold was to achieve 80%. We could have done so without involving the pension fund. The pension funds was only about 26%. And you still would have gotten your 80% threshold just by taking 80% of 137 billion. But they were flip-flopping. Hardship is what Mahama said. And the cause of that hardship is what I'm telling you. Hardship. What has brought us where we are, the suffering that we are in today, was as a result of the incompetent management of the economy for the last 8 years. The poor management of the economy is what has brought us here. The reckless expenditure, the frivolous ones, is what has brought us here today. And that is what His Excellency President Mahama was talking about. Mr. Speaker, they went ahead to do the external debt exchange. They made a mess there. Mr. Speaker, and for a very long time, they could not complete that deal. Part of it was deliberate by the government because they knew what will happen. That if they complete that exchange program, external debt exchange program, the cedi will have further depreciated because they will have to start paying the monies that they haven't paid since 2022. This country was not paying a debt from 2022. We never paid a single debt of our external debt until the 3rd of January, when His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo came to read his last SONA, when he told us 346 million was going to be paid. Until then, they have paid nothing, and our debt was just ballooning. Why wouldn't Ghanaians feel hardship? Why wouldn't people feel in their pocket that things are not working for them? Mr. Speaker, the hardship the president is talking about is the IMF program that was negotiated by the previous government. Mr. Speaker, they have already finished the money. 2/3 of the money had already been taken. 2 billion out of the 3 billion had been spent, and nobody knows what that money has even been used for. The last payment you got, you always talk about smart borrowing. I don't know whether there's also a smart payment. Because you said you had borrowed smartly. IMF gave you over $300 million. Your last money that you took from the IMF, what did you do with it? You took it to go and pay debt. So that is smart payment, according to you. And that money did not benefit the economy the way it should. That is why we have the kind of hardship that we have in this country today. Again, because of your poor management of the economy. You always talk about having managed the economy better than this, and better than that. But yet, simple things that you could have done, you couldn't do them. Today, you talk about having negotiated debt so well. I didn't know negotiating debt was actually an achievement. The mess you have created, you have negotiated it so well that Ghana is not going to pay anything until 2026. Now, the question I ask you is that 2026, are you the ones going to pay that debt? Or you negotiated it for us for 2026? You were taking Euro bonds that should mature in 2060. The managers of the economy knew they wouldn't be around to be part of that payment. And these are all debts saddled with us that we will have to pay going forward. And this country is not going to get out of the situation we are in for a very long time. Long after even His Excellency John Mahama is gone, there will be more debt that you have created. You took our debt from 120 billion to nearly 800 billion. How did you do that? In 8 years, you took our debt from 120 to nearly 800 billion. And you are saying we should clap for you because you have borrowed and put this country in the difficulty that we are in. President Mahama has promised that he will clean the mess. And we pray that such a government, under such a president, never lose Ghana again. In fact, there should be a library for all presidents. We should move a private member bill for a library to be created for all presidents, so that the president, like Nana Akufo-Addo, there will be records of how not to be a bad president. Mr. Speaker, the problem that has been created in this country, we have just scratched the surface. And when I hear that when are you going to do? You said you're going to give money to, you're going to increase the money for cocoa farmers. Why don't you do it now? You are going to do this. Go and find the money. You close all avenues of getting money to fund your budget. We have, for the first time in this country, under your government, we have been declared a junk status. It has never happened in Ghana's history. Never happened in Ghana's history, where rating agencies, Fitch, Moody, Standard & Poor's, all declaring Ghana a junk status. Is that the good performance of the economy that you are talking about? Is that the good managers of the economy that we are talking about? Now, creating a junk economy makes you a good economic manager. Then somebody said before, then their kids could manage Ghana's economy. Mr. Speaker, we are in a very difficult situation. Mr. Speaker, we still owe the Chinese about 3 billion, which we have not paid. Mr. Speaker, we owe the Paris Club 3.8 billion, which we have not paid. Mr. Speaker, we owe the non-Paris Club another 3.8 billion, which we have not paid. Mr. Speaker, even the IMF and the World Bank we had borrowed money from, we owe them 8.8 billion, which we have not paid. The 13 billion euro bond, which at the 11th hour, the president came here in the State of the Nation address to tell us that they are paying 346 million, is what we have paid out of the 13 billion that we owe the Eurobond. You have structured a deal with our creditors to an extent that every year, going forward, we will be paying $1 billion every year. That's what you saddled President Mahama with. That's what you saddled the NDC government with. Yet, you have found your voices again, just in less than 2 months. You have wrecked this economy. In 2 months, you found your voices again, and you are criticizing a 2-month-old government that is to solve an 8-year-old mess. This is unbelievable. You have been a reckless government. You have run this country down totally. And you found your voices all of a sudden. It's not even 6 months. You are talking again. You are talking about taxes again. Yet you've only been away for 2 months. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, conclude.
This is a serious situation that we are in. And at the moment, we cannot actually go to the capital market. And we shouldn't. When we were in government and we were taking, the first Eurobond was taken by President Kufuor, 750 million. Subsequently, 1 billion was taken by the NDC government, I think 3 different tranches. Now, what did you do? You came into office and you started with 3 billion euro bond. What NDC government would have taken in 3 years? Have you forgotten that President Kufuor 750 was paid by the NDC government by putting money in a sink fund to do that? You have saddled this country with money. And I will beg you not to be talking about debt. It was rich from President Nana Akufo-Addo on his State of the Nation, the last one. Quite laughable that we should make sure we don't default. Guy the president who has presided over borrowing, who has unilaterally decided not to pay its debt from 2022, who was not paying any interest, never paid any, was telling us, was telling President Mahama that he should not default. You have found your voices early, and you have to take your time, because you will be in opposition. Ghanaians have not forgotten. You will be in opposition for a very long time. Because what you have done, Ghanaians will not forget you so soon. It doesn't matter how much noise you make. It doesn't matter what you call yourself, a mighty minority.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, you have 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that this August House adopt. Thanks the President for the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honorable members, the motion to thank His Excellency, the President, on the State of the Nation has been moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope my honorable friend he remembered the song Koku Frimpong or the Asembeba. I hope you remember that song very well. We had a very beautiful morning, and Koku Frimpong has decided to bring trouble into this house. So you listen. Koku cricket. Ricket there. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by my friend from Cape Coast South constituency. I said Koku Ricket. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dominic Nittywood. The name is George Kweku Ricket Hagan.
Ricket is the same. Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the correction, but nothing takes away from the fact that he should remember the song Koku Frimpong or the Asembaba. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I am very shocked about the supposed harsh words that he is attempting to place on the last 8 years on the managers of the economy and the country as a whole. If these words that he has spoken are that harsh, and he believes that this is a true judgment, I want to give him just about 4 or 5 or even 6 items for you to compare. If you describe the 2017 to 2024 this harshly, what would you describe 2009 to 2016 economy? Because, Mr. Speaker, the MPP record of economic growth under Akufo-Addo is higher than what we came to meet under Mahama. Mr. Speaker, the record of per capita income is higher than what we came to meet. Mr. Speaker, the record of agricultural growth is higher than what we came to meet. Mr. Speaker, the record of industrial growth under MPP Akufo-Addo is higher than what you came to meet. Mr. Speaker, the record of job creation is higher than what you came to meet. It's higher. Ours is higher than what we met. Mr. Speaker, the record of fiscal deficit is higher than yours. The record on primary balance, and my sister will expatiate, is higher than yours. The record on trade balance is higher than yours. In fact, the record on current account balance is higher than yours. Mr. Speaker, the record of gross international reserves are higher than yours. Mr. Speaker, the MPC record of cumulative exchange rate depreciation is higher than yours. So, Mr. Speaker, when he describes this economy on the terms he has described, what would you describe the John Mahama economy? It's worse than Chaskele. If what you are describing that is so bad, and all the major indicators of the economy is higher than what we came to meet, what we describe John Mahama. In spite of that, he has become president again. And you think this side we cannot rule? When we compare the indicators, you don't compare. But Mr. Speaker, I read from the president when he says, I have not come here to lament the state of our country. Though there's much to lament, I understand why I was elected with such high voter confidence to solve their problems. That's what the president said, that it is not his style to lament and to shift blame. But unfortunately, 80% of the speech was to lament and to speak blames. But Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the ordinary man on the street. The ordinary man on the street says that, Mr. President Mahama, please note that complaining and campaigning is over. We are in solution time now. Ghana finished reading the Book of Lamentations on the 7th of December, 2024, by voting for you to solve the country's problems. We did not vote for you to come and complain. Kindly focus on implementing all the solutions you promised in your manifesto. You cannot shift our minds from this. We are fed up with the complaints. You made us believe you can solve Ghana's problems, and we voted for you. Your complaints are too much. If you cannot use the power we have given you to solve the problems, you complain about, let us know, Mr. President. Mr. President, so Mr. Speaker, to start with, we inherited an economy that was in decline. Check the growth rate of that economy. The banking sector was in distress. Then unquestionable power sector contracts were signed, suddenly as with a debt of over $1.5 billion at that time. 19 of them. We had turbulence in the global economy. Everybody knows. He knows he's an economist and he knows. But still, under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in 8 years, we created 2.3 million jobs from 2017. Mr. Speaker, we initiated and oversaw the construction and rehabilitation of more railway than any other government in our history. Mr. Speaker, we constructed more public libraries than any other government since 1992. Mr. Speaker, we constructed more fishing landing sites than any other government since 1992. Mr. Speaker, we constructed 2 major fishing harbors in Elimina and Jamestown. Mr. Speaker, we constructed more sanitation facilities than any other government since 1992. Mr. Speaker, we constructed more sporting facilities than any other government since 1992. Mr. Speaker, we resourced the Ghana Armed Forces, we resourced the Ghana Police, and increased the capacity than any other government since 1992. Mr. Speaker, we abolished your wicked and inhuman 3 months arrears policy for teachers and cleared all those arrears. Mr. Speaker, We restored the teaching and nursing training allowance that were cancelled under President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, we introduced free education for all children. We never asked for category A schools, neither do we ask for category B schools. My little brother from a village and Nyama Nyama, a small village, is now in Infant St. Pip Secondary School. They don't pay anything. Mr. Speaker, we increased livelihood empowerment against poverty, called LEAP program, from 49 million Ghana cedi under Mahama in 2016 to 423 million Ghana cedi in 2023. 49 million to 423 million. That is the record you are inheriting. That is what you've been measured against. That is the economy you are describing as bad and wasteful. So, Speaker, we increased expenditure on the National Health Insurance Scheme from 1.1 billion in 2016 to 6.8 billion in 2024. Mr. Speaker, we introduced the largest medical drone service in the world, so efficiently done. Do you want me to remind you that I saved the life of your chairman? Today, you describe this economy as bad. Measure up to it. Mr. Speaker, we doubled the number of student loan repetitions from 30,000 on average per year before its introduction to 58,000 as we stand today. Mr. Speaker, we registered over 18 million people for the Ghana card, a project you blatantly refused and felt it was not important. Today, all tax identification, SNIT, driver licenses, public payroll, criminal records, SIM card are all interlinked to make your life easy. Mr. Speaker, we substantially increased and augmented the strength of all security services across, from the armed forces to the police service, to Ghana Immigration Service, to the prison service, to the fire service, to NADMO, to ambulance service, all of them. We increased their numbers and resourced them. That is what you are meeting. That is why we confidently say that you inherited a very peaceful country, second only in Africa. That is what you inherited. Mr. Speaker, we made investments in all the security services across the whole country. We introduced, through the Zongo Development Fund, and constructed infrastructure across all Zongo communities, including yours. We paid the outstanding pension funds contributions of the public sector workers we inherited. We established 5 greenhouses at the Winya to enhance vegetable cultivation. We passed the Right to Information Act.
Yes, and implemented it.
We passed the Affirmative Action Act, which you just referred today. Mr. Speaker, we completed and commissioned phase 2 and 3 of the Prempeh, the first international airport in Kumasi project, involving the construction of a new terminal building capable of handling 1 million passengers yearly, including the car park, apron, and all access routes. Phase 1 of the Sunyani Airport rehabilitation and upgraded and commissioned the Yakubu Tali International Airport in Tamale. But Mr. Speaker, I'll come to address what the honorable member said. But I just want to quote the chairman of the NDC. In 2017, when President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came to this house, and I quote, "Whatever it is, I am not interested in arguing about the statistics of otherwise of statistics. I am not interested in arguing about the correctness or otherwise of statistics. The bottom line is that whatever terms you describe the economy today, you were fully aware of its state before making your promises. So I will not use the statistics to form the basis of justifying. And so I hope he, in this case, President Mahama, will not use the statistics to form the basis of justifying when or why he will not be able to implement the promises you promised. We are going to hold you responsible." That is the chairman of the NDC. But Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, 3 things before I sit. First, to the Education Minister, that the GS Director General is overstepping his bounds.
Honourable Member, your time is up. I then proceed to give the floor to Honourable
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Isaac Adongo. Honourable Isaac Adongo, the time is 15 minutes past 3. You have 15 minutes. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate to thank His Excellency the President for delivering a very inspiring message of the nation to Parliament. Of course, my colleague has said it. It's obvious that Kweku Frimpong the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it is only under this government that when Baomia digitalizes in Samanfo, Eji Kronufa, you digitalize to bring forth ghosts at national service. That is what your digitalization is about. Mr. Speaker, Baomia Bako in Samanfo Bebre. Mr. Speaker, to it, one Baomia 1,000 ghosts. Mr. Speaker, we live in a country where after 8 years, some people cannot show us a completed, functioning hospital. All they have are uncompleted projects and at various stages of completion. We have been hearing various stages of completions till 2017. When are you going to complete them? Of course, Baomia Bakun, uncompleted projects, baby. But Mr. Speaker, when you leave an economy that is struggling to pay its debt, you want us to invite you to a banquet? An economy where your debt strategy was to borrow recklessly, default in payment, and declare bankruptcy. Do you want the president to come smiling when he's delivering this gloomy picture that you have given him? If that amounts to lamentation, then so be it, because you left him an economy that can only be lamented upon. But Mr. Speaker, when you have an economy where ab initio from day one, everywhere you turn are debts, you take an economy which already has been restructured, and you need to find 280 billion Ghana cedis from day one. Of course, you can only lament. You cannot be praising and be singing tunes. But Mr. Speaker, when you inherit an economy where every week, you have to borrow and pay a debt of 6.5 billion a week, certainly that is not the type of economy you expect the president to come and be clapping hands for. But, Mr. Speaker, when you inherit an economy where ECG, after all the tariff increases where people buy even credit, and they get home and they are afraid to slot their card, because immediately you put the card in the current, you want the president to come here and clap for you for that type of economy. And on top of that, you are still owing 68 billion Ghana cedis. Are you not scared that you left this type of economy for His Excellency? If His Excellency appears at a time when Cocoa Board is owing 3.25 billion, 32.5 billion, and already has commitments of about 21 billion, cumulatively 55 billion is what you left for him. This is not a tea-making party. And you want him to come here and be clapping for you. And when he tells the people of Ghana, this is the economy you have left, you said that is lamentation. Mr. Speaker, Baomia Bako, baby. If you pass through ECG, there is debt. Cocoa Board, debt. Government of Ghana, the Treasury in the Ministry of Finance. In fact, I think Atufosi may have to convert that ministry into a debt-paying ministry. Because every day, whether he has job to do or not, every Thursday, he must go to the Bank of Ghana and auction to be able to raise money to refinance your mess. And you are here holding press conferences for creating the mess that he's trying to clean for you. I heard my good friend at the back that was saying that it is scary. You have given us a caricature of an economy. What to fear in our economy is the type of picture you have created for us. And when His Excellency says that, you say that is lamentation. Mr. Speaker, they gave us a lamentable economy, and that is the only state of the nation that His Excellency can speak to. But, Mr. Speaker, when you have a group of people who have been so reckless to the point of finding it difficult to understand, and when you decide to put a stop to their recklessness, they call you a terminator. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately for them, the man who inherited their mess is a ruthless terminator. Mr. Speaker, John Mahama is a terminator of ghosts at NSA. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramama came to terminate your mess just here, the 58 million hole that you left for him. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency came to terminate corruption. He came to terminate the waste in the economy. He came to terminate the rental of private jets that you were so accustomed to. Mr. Speaker, we have a president who terminated all the wrongs that had occasioned the management of our economy. The destruction and collapse of our banks have been terminated by His Excellency. You should be praising him for terminating the messy economy that you left for him. And we are now on the path to a proper growth that is inclusive and that will create jobs for our people. And you should be praising His Excellency for that foresight. Mr. Speaker, we have a country where our colleagues, they borrowed to the extent that every corner where they were giving Isusu loans, they were there. Susu loans, they were interested. In fact, Kojo Pokroma, I remember you were the information minister when you were trying to educate me on what is called Samurai bond, Panda bond, Century bond. Mr. Speaker, these are the people. They were experts in bonds. When you ask Kojo, oh, this is Samurai bond, it is in Japan. They knew every corner where they were giving loans. Panda bond. Kojo, are they still giving the panda bonds? They said something was called Century. Mr. Speaker, there was actually a bond called Century bond. Century bond. Mr. Speaker, Baomia Bako bonds, baby. But what is even painful is that they don't pay. Theirs is Takashi debt management record. Borrow recklessly, default in payment, issue to whom it may concern, and declare bankruptcy. And the descendants of this type of government are here holding press conferences. holding press conferences. I have seen my leader is here. You should lead your team to a Futu to find a river where they will wash off their sins before they come back here. There was a musician who said, Muma me supporting seminar na me jam who fin with them. There are the people there. A Futu, I'm sure you have a seat there. Take them there and go and wash your sins. Because what you did is not acceptable anywhere in the world. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is the savior of our economy. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has brought the good news. The 24-hour economy is coming. Mr. Speaker, agric mechanization centers are coming to create proper agriculture production for our economy. Mr. Speaker, women are jubilating because we are bringing the Women's Development Bank to provide tailored credit to our women. Mr. Speaker, our Zongo women are waiting for the Soyoya Fund to provide credit to our women in the Zongo communities. We are not going to set up a Zongo Development Fund or a Zongo Development Ministry, but we'll have better impact in the Zongo communities than you have been able to think about. Mr. Speaker, our youth are unemployed, and we are very clear what we want to do. We are in a generation of technology, and we want to bring the 1 million coders program, where our children are going to be taught to develop a career in ICT. The artificial intelligence that is passing us by, we will be arresting them and bringing it to our youth here. Machine learning will be part of our work, and data coding will be one of our things that we'll be doing in our country. Don't forget that we built the data center. We built the digital center, and we are going to do business process outsourcing to recruit over 1,000 of our youth into ICT, in addition to the coding program. Mr. Speaker, for your information, today, your Minister for Transport is in Rwanda, learning best practices to come and formalize Okada transport to help you manage your traffic. That is the government that we are working on. And you need to understand that your mess, it is because of Okada, Ghanaians showed you the way and gave you a deficit of 1.7 million votes. You have still not learned your lessons. You have still not learned your lessons. But Mr. Speaker, there is only one group of people who are capable of turning this country around. We are the descendants of His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings. We are the only group of people who has managed the most difficult economic era in the history of our country. In 1983, when Ghanaians arrived here from Nigeria and we couldn't even find food to eat, the descendants of the NDC, Jerry John Rawlings, fixed the mess and we turned this country around. And we will do just that now. And we will make sure by the time His Excellency John Dramani Mahama leaves office, it will be very clear to you that it is not how long you stay in power, but it's the impact you make once you're in power. And that he will do what you couldn't do in 8 years, he will do it in 4 years and even more. And that is what we are focused on delivering to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we are beginning to build the next generation of leaders for our country. Just look around the ministers we have appointed. You can see our focus on youth and our focus on women. And the aim is to build the next generation of leaders, not just for the NDC, but for our country. And that if you are a young man and you want to aspire for the future, the best place to come is the NDC, because NDC gives opportunities to the youth. It is only in NDC that people like Sami Jefi will be given very huge appointments. It is only in NDC that Basentale will be leading the youth of our country. It is only in NDC that Opariado would be a minister, a cabinet minister. Mr. Speaker, a minister is a cabinet, sorry, a minister. The important thing is that when you were in government, Kojo was about the youngest man in your government. Kojo, come to this side, because we will give you more opportunities as the National Democratic Congress. Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, it is safe to say that when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama appeared in this house, a new dawn had fallen on our country. We had moved away from the kind of economic management that was based on sloganeering. Sloganeering. We will digitalize. Today, can you show me your digital blueprint after 8 years? Where is your digital blueprint? Your digitalization was in the head of one man roaming around. What if a car crashes his head? That is the kind of digitalization you were running. Mr. Speaker, we were in a country where, Mr. Speaker, we are in a country where Ghana card actually captures the data of a human being. And when the human being himself appears, they say, where is your Ghana card? What type of digitalization is that? That you digitalize, take my biodata on a card, and when I appear, I'm not important, but the card that is lying at home is important. Go to your bank today and not carry your Ghana card. We'll make sure that there is proper digitalization so that when you appear at the bank, you can access your digital data and be processed, and that is digitalization. That is going to be spearheaded by a blueprint that will inform our actions on digitalization. Not a walk-alone digitalization in the head of one man called Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It's now the turn of Honorable Richard Acheampong. Honorable Richard Acheampong, you have the floor.
This debate, what is going on? What is going on here? What is going on here? What is going on here? No. What is going on here? We will not allow this. What is going on here? What is going on in this chamber? What is going on in this chamber? No. What is going on in this chamber? What is going on in this chamber? Let's all right. It will not happen. What's going on in this chamber? Why? Why? What's happening in this chamber? What is going on in this chamber? What is going on in this chamber? What is going on in this chamber? Osofo, Jatro.
Honorable members, order.
What is going on in this chamber? What is going on in this chamber? What is going on in this chamber? Why? Yes, I'm aware my mic is on. What's going on in this chamber? What is going on in this chamber? Why? Why? What kind of democracy? No, it has never happened in the history of Ghana's politics. Why? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? What's going on? What's going on in this chamber? What is going on?
Let me listen to Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor. Honorable members, will you listen to your leader?
Mr. Speaker, we have practices and conventions of this House. We've all observed these practices and conventions since 1997. Mr. Speaker, never has this House ever resorted to situations where in debates we go by numerical strength. It has never happened before. Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, order. You should have the courtesy to listen to your leader.
Mr. Speaker, in 2001, the MPP was in majority. The opportunity was equally given in debates. In 2004 again, the MPP was in majority. Opportunity was given equally for debate. In 2009, the NDC was in majority. Opportunity was given for members to equally share the platform for debate. 2013, the NDC was in majority. Again, the platform gave equal opportunity for members on both sides to have a debate equally. 2017, the MPP had overwhelming majority of 169, the first in our history. Mr. Speaker, in this, there was nothing like the NDC being given less opportunity to speak. Mr. Speaker, at all material times, in 2017 all the way to 2021, time allotted, if members were given 10 minutes, the 10 minutes was for both sides. 15 minutes for ranking and chairs was observed. Leaders had their 30 minutes and 40 minutes, and it was done for both sides. Again, when it came to how the debates had to be shared, if the NDC minority had 5, the MPP majority equally had 5. Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized that even in travels, when it came to delegations, there was nothing like the majority having more. Mr. Speaker, it never happened. Travels, can I finish? When I'm done, Honorable, when I'm done, you have your opportunity to also have your bite. So listen. Mr. Speaker, in opposition, I recall...
Honorable Minority Leader, this is a House of Record.
Can I finish my submissions?
No, I just want to clarify the issue with you.
Let me finish my submission, most respectfully.
As a House of Record, are you saying as a fact that in travel, the proportions are not applied?
Mr. Speaker, I am making my submission. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, let me finish. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader will have an opportunity to come and make his submissions. May I finish? Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity. May I use myself as an example? Fact that I know. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity to travel with Honorable...
Well, Honorable Minority Leader, let me recognize Majority Leader.
That's fine. Please recognize him.
Mr. Speaker, he made a statement claiming that travels were equally distributed, which is not the case. You are trying to draw his attention so that he will correct that, and he's refusing to correct that. Mr. Speaker, this shouldn't be the way that we go about business in this House. The records are capturing that, which is not true. It is not true. It depends. If, let's say that there's a travel in which you are sending 2 people. There you may say, okay, 1 person from minority, 1 person from majority. In which case you may say it is equal. But where you have a delegation of 5, it has never been the case that we will share equally. So, Mr. Speaker, at least correct that fact and continue making your point. Please, let's develop that culture where when the Speaker is drawing your attention to what appears to be an inaccurate statement, deal with it.
Honorable members, as speakers, we do not take part in the debate, but sometimes we provide some guidance. So there is nothing wrong in doing your contribution. Your attention is drawn to something. The Speaker is not taking part in the debate by drawing your attention to that particular fact. It happens in every democracy. So, Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, between 2013 and 2017, I was in this House. The opportunities that I had from the Minority Caucus for travels, the delegation was equal. We were in minority. When we came into the majority, 2017 to 2021, the opportunities that I had to travel on delegation, again, I saw equal numbers. Mr. Speaker, between 2021 and 2025 January, the 8th Parliament on all occasions of travels, there were equal numbers. Mr. Speaker, and in making this submission, I invite Hansard to refer to all records of my official travel in this House, which travels Hansard would confirm that per the administrative records, these were equal opportunity given for members to travel. That is just by the way. Now let's come to debates. Mr. Speaker, it has never been the practice of this House that when it comes to debates based on numerical strength, the minority will have less time, and to worsen the case, the minority is even given less opportunity in terms of numbers, all because the majority has more. Mr. Speaker, I have had cause to draw the attention of my colleagues in the majority that only yesterday we were to the right of Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recall all the concerns that the minority then raised, and we had to bend over to ensure that they were heard. Mr. Speaker, this precedent that is being set, Mr. Speaker, let us be careful. Mr. Speaker, the last time the majority leader, when he was presenting the business statement and brought this matter up, he said that, the public is getting a certain impression that we are overshadowing them. Those were his words. The majority leader, I'm not misquoting, the man is right here. He said that because of the equal numbers that we share in debates, the public is getting a certain impression that we are overshadowing them. Hansard is there. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
Mr.
Minority
Speaker,
Leader, the Majority Leader is on his feet. So
very well,
you
you can, Mr. Speaker, it is his bona fide. Recognize him. I'll come back.
Mr. Speaker, the point I made on Friday was that when you have 188 people sharing equal time with 88 people, 88 people, I said, when you have 188 people sharing allocated time when
you have the floor.
188 people sharing time equally with 88 people, what you do is that you give more opportunity to the 88 people, is that okay, than the 188. That was the point I made, to the extent that because your side gets to speak more often than my side, one of your former ministers went on television and said that the people on this side don't know how to debate, they don't participate in debate because you get more frequent opportunities than the people on this side. That's the point I made. That was the point I made that day.
Yes, you have the floor. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, just before I continue with my submissions, the records of this House have it that the MPP minority has 88, the NDC has 183, the 4 independent members wrote to inform Speaker that they were going to join the NDC. Therefore, the majority is made up of 187 members, not 188, for the record. Mr. Speaker, I decided to listen quietly so that I do the correction without rising on a point of order. And I want the majority leader to oblige me. Mr. Speaker, they are trying to set a bad precedent, which bad precedent will bring chaos to this House. Which bad precedent will crucify democracy. Mr. Speaker, we have human rights activists on the majority side. The lead human rights activist is the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, why are they trying to, as it were, go against the promises of our Constitution? Equal opportunity. Equal opportunity. Equal opportunity. Mr. Speaker, is guaranteed. Mr. Speaker, we will not. Mr. Speaker, we will not. I repeat, we will not accept, allow the majority to use its numbers to intimidate us. Mr. Speaker, they should know that they are not going to be in this majority forever. Today, the Minister of Education, Harun Edrisu, is in this house and his side is proposing this. Hey, Haruna. Hey, Haruna. Hey, Haruna. And Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mahama Yariga, who was the de facto legal advisor to the Atuforcing leadership, is today saying that if he gets 3, we should get 1. It won't happen today, it won't happen tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, this is coming from a Harvard scholar. Mr. Speaker, this is coming from the Harvard scholar.
Honorable Minority Leader, I think you've made your point.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not
Conclude.
done. Mr. Speaker, I'm not done with respect. I'm not done with respect.
You've made your point. It's very clear.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I will land.
May you conclude.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Asha.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the last time when this matter came up, the second deputy speaker, who was in the chair, made it clear that Mr. Speaker himself, when the matter came up for discussion, opposed to this arrangement, and I said that we should go to Mr. Speaker for a discussion on this matter. The second deputy speaker rejected this proposal. We therefore, Mr. Speaker, approved the business committee report without that item. So this is not a matter that we have agreed to. Mr. Speaker, it is a way they want to use to run away from their own SONA. We are ready to debate the SONA. If they don't want us to debate the SONA, they should say so. If you cannot stand the heat of the minority, you can walk out. Walk out is part of parliamentary practice. You should walk out. You can go out. Today you say you have majority. Look at your seat. Look at all the empty seats. You are even less than 70. You are 64. You claim that you are majority, 64. 187, you only bring 64. For an important day like this. Absent majority. Absentee majority members. Where are they? Count. Empty seats all over. Empty seat. Empty seat. Then you want to use the empty seat to intimidate us. We will not allow you. It won't happen today. It won't happen tomorrow. We will resist you. Mr. Speaker, please rule on this matter. Stop them. It is our turn to debate. We are ready. Honorable Abna Osei Asari is ready. She's our next to debate. Allow her to debate. You are not calling another person from the outside. I submit.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Accept that you are here.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday morning, the business committee met, and our own standing order says one of the responsibilities of the business committee is to allot time for debate. And we agreed that we were going to debate for 4 days. 4 days. And for each of the days, there will be 10 contributors. So if you multiply 4 by 10, that will be 40. This side of the House, represented at the committee meeting by 4 members, proposed that we should share the time equally. They will take 20, and this side will take 20. So each day, 5 people on this side and 5 people on our side. And our side said no. We cannot allot the time equally because we are not equal. We are not equal. Mr. Speaker, we
Majority Leader, continue. Majority Leader, continue. Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, he is making allusion to matters that happen at Business Committee. I am mindful of giving the floor to the Majority Whip to also speak on the matter, to the Minority Whip to also speak on the matter, so that he can have the opportunity to make his view heard as to the matters at the Business Committee. That is what I intend to do. Honorable Minority Leader, you see, Honorable Minority Leader, the practice, the convention is very clear that at any point in time, I will recognize the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader against each other on a point of order. But to recognize another person against the Minority Leader and the Majority Leader on the point of order, that is not the way we should go. That's not the way we should go. You know the time-tested practice. So what do you want us to do otherwise? Honorable members, order. You see, if it were to be the Minority Leader who is up on a point of order against the Majority Leader, I would have recognized him. Honorable Minority Leader, what you are telling me to do now will be to the effect that what your side is requesting me to do will be to the effect that any time at all, you as the Minority Leader, you are on your feet. I can recognize any other member on a point of order. Minority Leader, I will give you the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the practice has always been that leadership, when any of the five, there is a point of order, a member in leadership can rise. Mr. Speaker, you sitting in as Speaker. Mr. Speaker, check the records. Dafia Makpo is the chief whip. Mr. Speaker, can I finish?
The absence of
Mr. Speaker, can I finish?
The majority
Mr.
leader.
Speaker, can I finish? The problem is that you also don't listen to us. I have had several occasions where Rickett will be seated. Rickett will be seated. And the Makpo will rise on the point of order against me, and I will resume my seat. It is the chief whip of the minority who got up on his feet to raise a point of order. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I will bring you Hansa, where the majority leader was seated right here, yet the Makpo rose on a point of order against me. The Hansa is there, where you were presiding. Mr. Speaker, let us get the precedent clear. The minority chief whip was on his feet on a point of order. When I was making my submission, the majority leader stood up on 3 occasions against me on a point of order. He was at the business committee meeting. At least recognize him. He's a chief whip in leadership. I'm not saying that any other member outside. I'm not saying so. So please, kindly recognize him with all due respect.
Minority leader, if it is matters emanating from the business committee, allow the majority leader to land, and I will give the floor to the minority chief whip.
You never, this point of order, you never allowed me to finish my point. Mr. Speaker, let us not treat ourselves this way. What is happening is dangerous for democracy. It is dangerous. It is dangerous, Mr. Speaker. It is dangerous. Allow him to make his point of order submission. If he finishes and you think that it is not well situated, you can rule him out. But please allow him. Mr. Speaker, allow him. I'm pleading with you. Please allow him.
Minority chief whip, strictly on point of order under order 122.
Speaker, the majority leader was misleading the House. First of all, please, the business committee, he came late. Before he arrived, we had come to some good agreement. First, we had agreed on a number of people who should speak before he came. We had agreed that 5 apiece, 5 on our side, 5 on their side. We had also agreed that committee chairs, ranking members, and deputies will be allocated 15 minutes. Other members in leadership will be allocated 20 minutes. Then other members will be allocated 10 minutes. That was it. That was the agreement. The 5-5 was agreed. This morning, Speaker, at conclave, I gave you the list. If they had contrary view, they should have raised it at conclave. What is this? Why are we picking and choosing? So he shouldn't mislead the House. And next time, he should come early enough. If he has very good suggestions to make at the business committee, he should come to the meeting on time. He came late. And when he came, the decision has been taken already.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, what was the decision contained in the business statement adopted on Friday?
Speaker, you have asked me a question. Can I answer? Can I answer? Yes. So the second deputy who presided, we debated on same matter, and the second deputy said that the matter on the number of people who speak on each side, the convention and practice should be sustained. That was a ruling. That was a ruling. And he said, as far as he's concerned, one here, one there. That was it. That was the ruling. That was it. That was the decision. You can refer to the Hansa. That was the decision.
Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the work that we do in this House requires the highest level of integrity. The Speaker himself today severally reiterated the importance of integrity. Mr. Speaker, I arrived at the Business Committee meeting late. And then when they indicated that they had agreed that they would present 5 people and we will present 5 people. I objected. I said, no, this is not possible. There and then, my chief whip then said, it is as if leader was here. When you made this proposal, I objected, but you overpowered me. You see, my leader has come and he has repeated the same position. Those are the facts. He knows. I won't lie. Mr. Speaker, I won't lie.
Order.
So apparently it had been raised by the chief whip on this side, but they concluded that it will be 5. I said no. I said I will not accept it because you cannot be 88 and then we will be 187 and we will share the same equally with you. I refused. So we debated and debated and debated. We could not arrive at a consensus. Because we could not arrive at a consensus, we said that the matter should be put to a vote. The matter was put to a vote, and they said they didn't want to vote, and they were objecting to the decision. I said the standing orders say decision should be by voting. So if you vote, vote. If you won't vote, then you are abstaining. And they said they were not abstaining. I said, you are not abstaining, you are not voting. What kind of position is that? So we voted, and we recorded the votes. And the vote was that 7 of us approved the decision to use the population size in the House as a ratio by which we will share contribution. 4 of them said we should record that they were against the decision. We said that means that you are voting against the decision. 7 have voted for, so we have taken the day. We came to this chamber, we reported. We rehearsed the same arguments. The same argument, the arguments that he's repeating here, was rehearsed on Friday here in this chamber. And we said, look, the rules are that business committee should program debate, allot time, and we have met and we have allotted the time. This side will take 68% of the time, and you will take 32% of the time. Then they objected. The report was adopted. After the adoption of the report, then the speaker made some statements saying that he thinks that contribution should be governed by Order 115. And I said, no, that's your opinion. So I insisted that we should state clearly what the conclusion was. Then he said that the conclusion of the House was that it had adopted the report of the business committee. Is that okay? At the report of the business committee. But he, the speaker, had expressed his view on the matter. He said it was just his view. Everybody was here. He said it was just his view. But that the report is what has been adopted, and the report says that this side should enjoy 68% of the time, and this side should enjoy 32% of the time. That was the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, we will go by the conclusions of the business committee as adopted. If you will not participate in the debate, you can leave. You can leave. We will debate. We will debate. We are going to debate. We will debate. We are going to debate. And this is going to be the order of business going forward. Mr. Speaker, he spent about 30 minutes trying to justify his position. Our side.
Honourable members.
Our position.
You are on point of order. Well, Honourable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is misleading the House. He's misleading the House in a sense that when he presented the business statement, I was the first to be on my feet. And I raised the issue with regards to precedents of this House. And I also draw the Speaker's attention to Order 115. I drew the attention of the Speaker to that. And Mr. Speaker, if you check the business statement then based on the narration he was given, at the conclusion part on that subject matter of proportion in terms of debate, concluded, and if I can paraphrase, saying that the minority, however, disagree, and it was now for the consideration of the House. Mr. Speaker, you know when matters from committee are referred back to the chamber for consideration and the procedure as such. So I invited the Speaker for us to expunge that from the record, because even as at then, we did not even have a decision quorum to take that decision on consideration of that from the committee. Then the majority leader was now on his feet, trying to say that he's going to amend the report by just standing for the fact that I raised the matter of unavailability of decision quorum. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not true that we approve the business statement to confirm that we should speak on.
So, do you mean to say a decision quorum to have a business statement adopted?
No, at the business statement, if I don't have
at
a
the
copy
business
now,
committee.
Business committee report. The business committee report, I don't have a copy. But on that particular matter, they concluded.
No, the point that I want a clarification from you. Are you saying we need the number for making a decision under Article 104 to be able to adopt the business statement?
Mr. Speaker, that part, not the entire business statement, that part, ordinary business statement, when it comes, it's in a particular form. But that decision, the clerk, or what was presented in the report, was to the effect that the minority, however, disagree. And it is now for the consideration of the House. It was written on the report. After his attention was, so it is not true that we agree on that percentage. What we agree in approving that business statement was that one will speak here, one will speak here, and that was the decision, and nothing less than that.
Honorable Deputy Whip, how is a decision taken at a business committee or any committee? Is it by a majority or consensus?
Mr. Speaker, in many a time, business committee reports are by consensus. In this particular matter, it was specified in the report that it was for the consideration of the House. There was no consensus. And we did not take such decision. And the decision we took was to the effect that one here, and nothing less, nothing more. And that is what we stand by.
Honorable Majority Leader,
Mr.
you may conclude on the issues.
Honorable Habib was not even at the business committee meeting. He wasn't at the business committee meeting. He wasn't at the business committee meeting. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 284, which governs voting at committee. And let me read it. It says that a decision at committee shall ordinarily be by consensus. Then 2 says that where a committee is unable to reach consensus, the decision shall be by majority vote of the members present, either by voice vote or by head count. So we argued and argued about this arrangement, voting arrangement, debate arrangement, and we couldn't reach consensus. I cited this standing order and said, since we cannot reach a consensus, we'll have to vote. And then we voted, and we were 7 on the majority side, and there were 4. And they said their heads should not be counted, I remember. And I went around holding their head, saying that, oh, since your head doesn't want to be counted, we joked about it at the committee meeting. And then when we finished, for the avoidance of doubt, I insisted at the meeting that the clerk should state clearly what she's going to record at the meeting. And she repeated the conclusion and said that 7 voted for and 4 said we should record that they were against. So I said, make sure that that is what is captured in the report. When the report came here, then there was an insertion that 7 voted for, and then 4 said they were against, and that the matter is being referred to plenary to decide. That was what was contained in the report. So he drew my attention to that aspect of the report. Subsequently, I followed up with the clerk and asked, why did you put that? The clerk said, oh, but everything that is discussed is subject to plenary adoption. The entire report has to be adopted. So you have voted, 7 of you have voted for this arrangement, 4 are against, but whatever it is that you have done here has to be accepted by plenary. So plenary is the final arbiter of the matter. That's the explanation that the clerk gave me. Jethro is here, the clerk. So later on, I said, no problem. So here, we had the debate. They raised the issue of Order 115. The Speaker intervened. He expressed his opinion. We told the Speaker that the business statement is what is going to be adopted. And what is contained in the business statement is what the House has adopted to guide business next week, to govern the debate. And so this is how we concluded. And when the Speaker, after expressed his views, I still said, Speaker, I want the record to be clear on what the decision of today is. You remember? And I repeated it 3 times. 3 times, Mr. Speaker. The journalists are all here. The record is there. Please, let's have integrity. It is there. The clerks were sitting here. And I insisted 3 times that I wanted clarity so that a day like this doesn't come. And he was clear that what is contained in the report and adopted by the House is what will govern the House. But he, as Speaker, thinks that Order 115 will govern. I said, what you think is different. What is in the report is what the House has adopted. That is how come today we are giving you the numbers that we are giving you. Mr. Speaker, that is it. This House is governed by rules. As for what has happened in the past, if some majority slept over their rights, that's up to them. But this majority is saying that it is most unfair that when we have an opportunity to debate, and we are 187, you say we're 187, and you are 88, they will share the time equally. You take 20, we take 20. I mean, it doesn't reflect the balance in the House. Mr. Speaker, you are talking about rights. Every member of Parliament
Your microphone.
If we accept the arrangement, it means that you get 2 opportunities and the people here get 1 opportunity. That's the arrangement that we have. You get 2 opportunities and the people here get 1 opportunity. And I'm saying that's not fair. That's not equitable. That's not fair. You are talking about human rights. You are violating the rights of the majority by this kind of arrangement. That's why we concluded. And what we concluded on a business statement, business committee, and was adopted here is what will govern the debate. Mr. Speaker, it won't change. 2 on this side, 1 on the other side.
Honourable members, I think we have debated this matter for far too long. My view is that there is no issue that cannot be resolved by our own standing orders. We have to build a consensus. And in the absence of a consensus, then we can take a decision by way of voting on the matter. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, In the submission of the minority leader, he stated clearly the Speaker has his own view on this matter. And the second Deputy Speaker has also expressed his view on the matter. For me, equality is equity. In the circumstances, I will want the leaders to engage and build consensus on this matter. Honourable members, after the exhaustion of that opportunity, when we are not able to build a consensus, then we have no other option than to apply our own rules to address the situation. So, honourable members, I will plead with the majority and the minority leader to further engage and build consensus on this matter. Meanwhile, honourable members, I will plead with you that for the purposes of today and until the matter is resolved amicably, either by consensus or a decision of the House, we should exhaust the 5-5 for today. As Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, if you ask us to go and engage, the least you can do is to abide by the decision of the House last week. That's the least you can do. That's the least you can do. But you cannot rule in their favor and say that we should go and then engage. No, Mr. Speaker, we will not accept that. The House adopted a position last week, and it is that position that has to prevail. The House adopted a position last week. Mr. Speaker, that's most unfair, and I'm registering my protest. The House adopted a position. We adopted a position. And you already called him to contribute to the debate.
Honourable Majority,
Speaker, I disagree entirely.
Honourable Majority Leader,
with all due respect, I
it is not a ruling per se.
I never will do this, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
I never will do this.
Honourable,
you will not walk out. If you will not walk out, because we will walk out. We will walk out. Mr. Speaker, it won't happen. We will not agree, Mr. Speaker. We will not. We will not agree.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, resume your seats. Honourable members, I express my view and indicated clearly that the two leaders should engage. And in the absence of reaching consensus, then we'll come to the House and apply the rules. But if my view is not acceptable in the circumstances, I will want to have the House suspended. The House is accordingly suspended for 30 minutes.
So where was it? Where was it? Sorry? Okay, I'll call it back. Advised by the president, you have president here. You don't want to abide by the president. You have the president. You should be the one to debate. We know go agree. We know go agree. Your president has certainly have.
So we.
Bear 11.
Oh, na say unto any so no be akọ. No be akọ.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, welcome from suspension of the sitting. And since my deputy was presiding, he gave me brief, but I want to hear from the leaders. Where do we go from here?
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the Business Committee met, and one of the issues that we worked on was how to program ourselves for the debate on the motion to thank the President for delivering the message of the State of the Nation to Parliament. And we also considered the allotment of time for leadership for committee chairs and ordinary members of the House. And then when it came to the question of how many contributors should come from each side, I essentially argued at the committee meeting that, in effect, what we are doing is allotment of time to each side. Because if, let's say, we agree that an ordinary member or leadership on this side is speaking for 50 minutes, and then the leadership on this side is speaking for 50 minutes, at the end of the day, when you add all the 50 minutes of this side and all the 50 minutes of this side, it means, in effect, that you are giving this side 2 hours and giving this other side 2 hours. And so I took a position that it is unfair to have a situation where we have 187 members of Parliament desiring to speak and contribute to the debate. And then this other side has 88 members desiring to speak and contribute to the debate. And then you allocate 2 hours to this side and 2 hours to this other side. When we take our 2 hours, it becomes difficult for us to make sure that as many people as possible, reflecting our size, get the opportunity. And then, the other side will take their 2 hours. Because there are not many, a lot more people get the opportunity than our side. And if it persists, and Mr. Speaker, if you recall, in the last parliament and even the parliament before it, there were NGOs that were tracking the contribution of members on the floor and grading members on the basis of whether or not they are even contributing. And it often becomes a campaign issue in MPs' constituencies where they are being accused by constituents as not contributing to debate on the floor. So I felt that the lopsided distribution of time, where a side that has 88 shares the same time as a side that has 187, makes it impossible for us to be fair to this side of the House. So I insisted, and they objected. And I said, pursuant to our standing orders, let's put it to a vote. We put it to a vote, we're 7, and the 7 voted in favor of we sharing it based on our numerical strength in the House. The 4 objected. We came here, the report was laid, we debated it, there was further objection here in the chamber, and we insisted, we said it should be put to a vote. It was put to a vote, and the report was adopted. Today we came, and we tried to implement it, and again, objection was raised. So we rehearsed the arguments at the business committee meeting and repeated the arguments that we engaged in at plenary on Friday, and the first deputy speaker said leadership should go and consult, but that in the interim, he was going to rule in favor of us sharing the time 50-50, where they would present 5 speakers and we would present 5 speakers. And I still objected to the first deputy speaker's ruling on the matter, whereupon he adjourned and he suspended sitting and asked that we should engage. And we went to meet you to put forth our different sides of the argument and invited you to come yourself and take a decision on the matter. Mr. Speaker, I think basically that is what happened.
Speaker, with respect, I shall proceed to give an account of matters in my perspective, guided by the rules and the practices of this House. Mr. Speaker, in this Parliament, we are governed by the Constitution, the laws we've passed, our standing orders, and our practices and conventions. Without dragging matters too long, I shall just refer to the Parliament of 2017 to 2021. Mr. Speaker, although that Parliament had the MPP having overwhelming majority of 169 seats, the House was still guided by existing practice where, when it comes to debate, members are given equal opportunity to have their say. We continue the practice when you assume the chair during the 8th Parliament, and when we came into this 9th Parliament, that has also been the practice until my respected senior at the bar, Honorable Mahama Ayarga, a respected Harvard scholar, known for his human rights advocacy, decided to reinvent the wheel to introduce a new practice. Mr. Speaker, I do not think that the House will be done any good if we accept this, his proposal. Mr. Speaker, it is very unknown to the practices of Parliament. Perhaps the majority leader is using some lenses that can only see for today. Mr. Speaker, I have a confession to make, and I'm not worried about how the media will take it. We make mistakes, and when we realize that this was a mistake, we admit. I recall when we were enacting these new standing orders, a proposal came from you that the minority leader should chair the appointment committee. Mr. Speaker, we disagree with you. We're on the majority front bench. Because we felt like, hey, if the minority leader is going to chair the appointment committee, what will be our fate? But Mr. Speaker, today, I can tell you that you were looking in the beyond. Sometimes we disagree. But where on an occasion like this, I feel strongly that the point we were making at the time held a lot of value and still holds value for our democracy, I must admit. I won't shy away from it when I'm wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, the joy of being in the majority should not suddenly make the leader of this House forget that there is a side to be protected and a side to be heard. We are not seeking to dictate to the majority how the majority should do its business. No. But the practice all over the world. The leader of the House has not given us a single parliament where, when it gets to debate, the majority is given more than the minority, or debate is agreed upon based on numerical strength. No parliament in any serious democracy practices that. Mr. Speaker, he says that some NGOs came up with some report and whatnot. Mr. Speaker, in this House, any member who is desirous of speaking would always get an opportunity to speak. So, I wouldn't want to belabor the point. We've said a lot. The practice is pure and unsoiled. That practice of allowing equal opportunity is pure and unsoiled. The majority leader should not look at only today. Because we had 169 in 2017. Just in 4 years.
Intolerant majority.
Just in 4 years. The 169 reduced to 137 plus 1. It appears Mr. Speaker was prophesying when he said the majority, as we were then, could suffer some electoral misfortune. Indeed, we are now seeing our mighty few. But, Mr. Speaker, do not allow this overwhelming majority to make you think that your superiority will be there forever. 4 years is far but near. My last point for the day. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Majority Leader in his earlier submission said that, well, if in the past the majority slept on their rights, this time the majority will not sleep on their rights. I found it very rich, extremely rich, that a practice all of a sudden has become right that we have slept over. So you are telling us that we are coerced. We slept on our right. We didn't insist on our right. Yesterday when we had 169, when we had 138. So if we allowed you, the minority then, to have your way in a fair balance, you having your majority today, you will not sleep on your rights. I don't think it's about rights being exercised, but it's about a discretion from Mr. Speaker to recognize. And that is why we leaders are engaged and consulted. Mr. Speaker gives us that opportunity to guide him and say, look, are you going to, how many do you want? Leaders, on this occasion, 3-3, 4-4, or 5-5. Then, guided by it, he can take the list. So, Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by submitting that please let's keep to the known practice. We are doing sonar. If you call 5 from this side, give 5 to this side as well. Whatever number, let's share it equally for our debate without more. I thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Speaker, the logic of his argument is that the discretion ultimately lies in the Speaker, the presiding officer. If that is the case, then there's no issue of 5 on this side, 5 on that side. It is left to the discretion of the Speaker. No, that is it. That is it. I'm saying that it is left to the discretion of the Speaker. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the argument that this side marshaled against the position that I took, or this side took, was that under Order 115, the discretion is that of the Speaker. So the Speaker can exercise his discretion and say, oh, this side you are many, so I'll give you more opportunities. And this side you are not that many, so I'll give you less opportunities. That discretion is that of the Speaker. That was an argument that was made. On Friday. Indeed, the presiding officer on Friday was called upon to rule on that matter. Honorable Habib raised that issue and said that the right to speak is subject to the Speaker deciding that you should speak because you have caught his eye. So we cannot impose numbers on the Speaker. So if we are going to resolve this matter, then it has to be resolved based on the rule that ultimately it is up to the Speaker to decide. In which case, the Speaker can decide that based on numerical numbers, this side should be given more opportunities and this side should be given less opportunity. But that is the discretion of the Speaker. The same way, Speaker can decide that 1-1 on both sides, or Speaker will consult us, and among us as leaders, we'll come to some agreement, and then we can guide the Speaker, and then he will also apply his discretion. So let it not be the case that there is a rule that says that anytime one person speaks on this side, then automatically there must be a corresponding somebody on the other side to speak. Let us all agree to the rule in Order 115, that you rise, and if you catch the eye of the Speaker decides that you should speak, you speak, irrespective of the numbers on either side of the House. I think that is the position that we must conclude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is a lawyer who is arguing in court knowing that he has a very bad case.
Yes, you have a bad case.
Having a very bad case.
It's a very bad case.
So he throws every card on the table in an attempt to confuse the judge. This is not a speaker who can be confused by this matter.
At all.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker would, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on a point of law, the argument must be situated properly and in context. It is not about discretion only, but a discretion rooted in practices and conventions. And in my earlier submission, I said that these practices and conventions are pure and unsoiled. The majority leader, therefore, has no cause to attempt to reintroduce a new practice unbeknown to this House. The practice is not a broken practice. We've not had any challenge with that practice. He is now saying that we should go by a certain order, 115, and then allow discretion and all that. There is a practice. Which practice is that when Mr. Speaker recognizing one on his right, he recognizes the other on his left. And then he also seeks advice from leadership to guide him. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this matter should be put to a peaceful rest. I end my submission.
Honorable members, one of our former chairmen and head of state gave a reason, one of the reasons for why he led a coup, that the small amenities that we, the soldiers, were enjoying were even taken away from us. So the small discretion that the Speaker is to exercise, you leaders want to take that one too away from the speakers. Small discretionary power that is left for the Speaker. You, the leaders, business committee, you want to take that one away too from the Speaker. It's very clear. And you are quoting the order 115. 1, it says, subject to the discretion of the Speaker. And order 1693B, that is an order that deals with consideration stage of bills. A member who intends to speak shall rise in the member's place and address the chair while standing only after catching the eye of the Speaker. This one too, you want to close my eyes and decide on what to do. It will not happen. It will not happen. We are in the season of majoritarian governments all over the world. Last year's elections, we are told, were about 72. And many of them ended with very huge majoritarian systems. But one thing is clear. Democracy is about leadership of the majority. A majority that listens to everybody. And so it's also about giving the minority a say and the majority having its way. We have even gone beyond that to say that democracy has developed to a stage that you don't leave anybody behind. We have to go together. And so those principles are still relevant. And for our parliament, they are not only relevant, they will be implemented. If you go to our constitution, Article 296 on the exercise of discretion, it's very clear. It says, where in this constitution or in any other law, discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, A, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. B, the exercise of the discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased, either by resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process of law. C deals with regulations. And here, the regulations we use will be our standing orders. And so this is not something that is within your discretion or your powers. It's within the jurisdiction of the person presiding, and particularly the Speaker. We go through the Constitution and the standing orders. They refer to only one person as the Speaker. The others are a Deputy Speaker and a Chair. That is in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speakers, you have one of you chairing. And many of you who were here in the 8th Parliament will attest to the fact that sitting on this chair is not the same as sitting on your chairs. And one day, you recall I invited the former Member of Parliament, Honorable K.T. Hammond, to chair. And after that, he confessed that when he sat on the chair, the Speaker's chair, it became different. That is how we feel when we sit here. You have not to be neutral, but you have to do everything to be impartial. Whether people like it or not, once you are satisfied that you've exercised your discretion impartially, you get blessings from God. So please, this one is not the opportunity for us to hear everybody. We are simply to convey to His Excellency the gratitude of the House, the whole House. And that creates a platform for the House to express their views about what he has come to say through us to the nation. And what he has come to say has raised a number of debatable issues. And that is why you debate the sooner. If not, it's not something for me to put a question and for you to give an answer. After the debate, I will simply convey your gratitude to His Excellency the President. And so this is the opportunity, since by practice, the majority always goes with the position of the President. This is an opportunity that you give ample time to the minority to have a say. That's what happens. In the second parliament of the Fourth Republic, the NDC had 133. The NPP were 61. CPP had 2. And PNC had, I think, 5. The total was, for those not in government, 67. And NDC had 133. But I will let Right Honorable Justice Daniel Annan give ample time to the 67, more than the 133. And they aired their views. They have their say, when it comes to an issue of decision, you have your way. That is it in democracy. So it's not a number that you count, how many should speak on each side of the house. But I don't know whether because of the First Republic, where we had the parliamentary system, Westminster system of governance, or from 69 to 72, 13th January 1972, when we had the same system of government, that you talk about this. If not, this House is not arranged against opposition and government. This House is arranged in a what? Horseshoe manner, calling for consensus building. That is why you have the House arranged this way. And so there's nothing like the right side and the left side. On this left side, you have the MPP members and you have the NDC members. True or false? On this side. So can you say that this side is opposition? No. And we moved away from the terms opposition and government to minority and majority. There are good reasons for that. So please, I'm not going to go by any numbers from any recommendation by any business committee or leaders. We consult leaders and all these committees to guide us. But for the discretion is in our bosom. And so whatever ratio you are trying to use will not apply here. We will decide who has caught our eye, and the person will speak. But as I said, it's always skewed in favor of the minority because they have to have their say. Then you will have your way. Please, that is my ruling, and we'll go by it. I'm coming to you. I'm not sure. I am not sure today, once again, whether your leader, the minority leader, will say on this floor again that they don't need the protection of the speaker. This time he won't look at me. So please, want to hear the best, want to hear from all of you, but definitely this opportunity is too limited. We have in the standing orders, with this experience and knowledge, created room for all other members to have a say on this floor. Nobody will be allowed to go home and say, because of a pillar, he is not able to catch the eye of the speaker. No pillar will cover you. We will grant you space to have a say on the floor. So with this, please, it ends the debate on the issue of quotas and numbers as the debate of the sooner. We'll move on, and you do your best to catch the eye of the Speaker, guided by the standing orders. The advantage that the majority has in this particular one is the fact that the 4 independent members say they are going to do business with the NDC. So they constitute a very small minority. That's a minority group. I will take due notice of that group too. They will not be swallowed up in the midst of the populace NDC members. And so I'll be very watchful, and if I see any of them trying to have a say, he'll be granted an opportunity. We'll take that along, but I will grant more opportunity to gender, because I want to see more women in Parliament in the future. That I will do. We will also consider professionalism and experience, because the document we are dealing with is a technical document. Even though the president used beautiful English, there are a lot of technical words that he used. And we know from your background, we know from your experience, those who will be able to break down those words to the understanding of the ordinary Ghanaian, so that we can carry them all along. We are informed in the exercise of our discretion by all these matters. So please have confidence in your Speaker. I'm fair, I'm candid. Today, I'll step on your toe. Tomorrow, it will be somebody else's toe, not yours. So let's go on, and I'm prepared to take a number of you. I will not allow tyranny of the majority, neither will I allow the dictatorship of the minority. That will not happen. So please, let's proceed. The motion was moved by, Majority Leader. Why? You want to thank me for my ruling too? Yes.
Okay, it's working.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, at the time that the objection was raised, Honourable Achampman had caught the eye of the Speaker. He had actually caught the eye of the Speaker. The Speaker had invited him. The Speaker had invited him to contribute to the debate. Mr. Speaker, your ruling, if I understood your ruling, is that whoever catches the eye of the Speaker gets to speak. That's my understanding of your ruling. And at the time that the objection was raised, the person who had caught the eye of the Speaker and the Speaker had invited him to debate was Honourable Achampman. That was what happened. He had caught the eye of the Speaker, and that's the effect of the ruling of the Speaker, that the Speaker has a discretion, and he exercised his discretion, and he invited Honourable Achampman to debate. That is where we were.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I don't think that the Leader of the House should reintroduce another controversy. Honorable Ricketts Hagan moved the motion. It was seconded by Honorable Nitiwu. Honorable Adongo spoke, and it was the turn of Honorable Abena Osei-Asare. Mr. Speaker, we had sent a list. A list had been sent, and we've agreed 5-5. It was a turn of Honorable Abena Osei-Asare, and they introduced that so-called rule that the more must be called on the other side. So, Mr. Speaker, let's have a peaceful evening. It's the turn of Honorable Abena Osei-Asare. You had, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Adongo had finished his debate. It was the turn of our respected colleague. Please, let's have a peaceful evening.
Honorable members, please, the eyes that were here when all this thing took place were the eyes of the First Deputy Speaker, who was presiding, not my eyes. First Deputy Speaker, please, can you lead us in this?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Right, Honorable Speaker, the first issue that we have taken was a brief from the Minister responsible for Interior. And after that particular brief, the first person recognized was the former Minister for Defense from the minority side. The second person given the floor was Dominic Nitiwu, also from the minority side. But Mr. Speaker, no, I said Deputy Minister was sitting at the far end there. No, I'm not talking about this motion. I said when we took briefing from the district. Would you listen to me in silence? So, Mr. Speaker, you can balance the House by taking 2 from here and 2 from here. It's still balanced. So after taking the 2 of them, I took another two from the majority side. Mr. Speaker, when it came to the debate, the motion was moved by Honorable Ricketts Hagan, seconded by Honorable Dominic Nitiwu. Then I give the floor to Honorable Adongo. Then when I recognize Richard Achampong, then there was a hula baloo. But, Honorable Speaker, when in the previous matter, I recognized 2 from the left side before recognizing another 2 from the right side, there was no problem about it. Mr. Speaker, those are facts. So, Honorable Dominic Nitiwu can attest to the fact that when it got to the time for them to make comment on the briefing of the minister responsible for Interior, he was the second person who spoke from their side. So, presiding, you have a way of balancing the 2 sides. Yes.
Honorable members,
the person who catch my eye.
My understanding was from the submissions made by the First Deputy Speaker is that the motion was moved by the Deputy Majority Leader and seconded by Honorable Dominic Nitiwu. Am I right? Then after that, Honorable Adongo had his bite. Then after that, Achampong was called. And then there was objection from the minority side. That's what took place. Well, there's there is no dispute at all. Honorable Achampon may continue. After that, we'll go to the minority. Please, there's no debate. You have your opportunity. Don't worry. You'll be given the opportunity. Please. Honorable Minority Leader, the Honorable Richard Achampon caught the eye of the Speaker. I can't overrule that. So allow him to have his say. After that, I'll come to your side. Yes, you insist. Honorable Member, Honorable Richard Achampon, Deputy Minister, just a minute. Yes, what is it you have to say?
Mr. Speaker, we have submitted a list.
Honorable Member, we've gone past this. The list you submit is a guide. It's a guide. The Speaker is not compelled to follow the list that you submit. We have gone past this. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, if the very act of the first Deputy Speaker, which gave rise to the controversy, is allowed to stay, what it means is that then we are back to square one. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the practice that I know when it comes to debate is that when you take one on one side, you take the other. Mr. Speaker, you just quoted Article 296 of the Constitution. Yes, the discretion to recognize is within your bosom, and that you have just interpreted 296. Mr. Speaker, the order of recognition, as I know, is that when one is called, the other is also recognized. Mr. Speaker, as you've been told, Rickett moved the motion. They didn't allow the other side to second. It came from this side. Adongo had had his say. Abena was up. And then the majority leader insisted that they should call. Yes, we know what is going on here. We know. You signal that Achampon should be called. Mr. Speaker, what is happening? It's unfair to her. It's very dangerous. A certain precedent is being set. We need to have our turn. It cannot be that they have two continuous speakers. Adongo has spoken. At least our side must speak. Then we do it in turn. What is wrong? Mr. Speaker, I would submit that in the circumstance we find ourselves now, Mr. Speaker, giving us the next opportunity to speak after Adongo would be most appropriate in the circumstance, because you've just made your ruling. But to still go ahead to recognize Honorable Achampon, Mr. Speaker, would render odious all the arguments we've made thus far.
Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader, when a ruling goes in his favor, he's excited. When a ruling goes against him, Mr. Speaker, when a ruling goes in his favor, he celebrates it. When a ruling doesn't favor him, he says he won't accept. Mr. Speaker, we cannot work like this. We cannot work like this. Mr. Speaker, you just gave a ruling. Mr. Speaker, you just gave a ruling. Unless the Minority Leader did not understand your ruling, he did not understand your ruling. Because the conclusion of Mr. Speaker is that the Speaker has a discretion to decide who speaks. That's all. The Speaker has a discretion. And once the Speaker exercises the discretion in favor of anybody, that person obtains a right to speak. And I'm saying that at the time when the controversy arose, the Speaker in the chair at that time had recognized Honorable Achampo. And so he's simply enforcing the ruling. Enforcing that ruling is completely different from subsequently also achieving balance. So please, when you behave this way, it doesn't give an indication that the Speaker is in control of what happens here. It will seem as if whatever you want, that is what must happen in the chamber. No, that is what it appears. That whatever you want, that's what must happen in the chamber. It can't happen that way. Mr. Speaker, I think that you have decided an Honorable Achampo will be heard.
Honorable members, Order 127. Decision of the Speaker on interruption of debate. 127. A decision of the Speaker in respect of interruption of debate under Order 122 is not subject to review by the House, except on a substantive motion made on notice. Order 122 deals with interruption of debate. And so you may disagree with me, but the only thing you have to do is to come by a substantive motion on notice. That you can do. The House is made up of members of Parliament, the clerks at the table, the Speaker, and the staff that support us in the conduct of our chamber business. The same for the committees. That is what is defined as the House. The definition of Parliament is as contained in the Constitution. So there's slight difference between Parliament and the House, even though sometimes they are used interchangeably.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to join colleagues to thank His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Thursday, 27th of February, 2025, which has been captured at page 4 of today's order paper as item 11. Mr. Speaker, the President came to the House on the strength of Article 67 to deliver this message to the House. Mr. Speaker, after the message, I've heard colleagues from the other side say that the President came to lament he was doing propaganda. And then I heard my colleague, Honorable Nitu, he started by quoting what the former President said when he appeared before this House. That was his first State of the Nation address. But he failed to conclude that part. I want to help him conclude that part. I'm referring to column 1534 of the first State of Nation address delivered by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And I read from the 4th paragraph, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, to give a fair account of the state of our nation, I would have to give an account of the state of our economy, our governance, and our national culture and attitude. And they hate the president for saying this. And His Excellency John Dramani Mahama did exactly that. It's like you are sick, and you visit your doctor and complain that I have a headache. The doctor cannot just give you a paracetamol. The doctor must diagnose what is disturbing you. After that, a prescription is given. So the president must tell us the current state of the economy. After that, he will give us the solutions. And Mr. Speaker, after the statement, the president made a solemn pledge. And the Ghanaian Times, 28 February 2025, captured it rightly so for us. This is the front page. I will face economic crisis, reset Ghana to growth and prosperity. So the president did not throw his hands in the air. He did not come here to lament. He told us the current state of the economy and gave us solution. And the president told us that I, John Dramani Mahama, will face this mess created by the MPP administration. And I've heard them also say that he should stop lamenting, he should fix it. Then it is a genuine admission that something is broken. That's why you are calling upon him to fix it. If it is not broken, you don't fix it. So we thank you very much for admitting the mess created for all of us, and we are calling upon John Dramani Mahama to fix it. He will fix it for all of us. Mr. Speaker, the president provided us with a solution. He gave us hope, and the city was so inspiring. And the president told us that these are the takeaways. He is going to fight corruption. He is going to realign ministries, agencies, and departments. Hence, the sister ministries created. The ministries, we have sister ministries. And he has appointed sister ministers and deputy ministers. And even we are still left with 4. If you put the 2 together, we are talking about 60. So, Mr. Speaker, if the president is walking the talk, because he promised the people of this country in our manifesto that he's going to work with a lean government by appointing sister ministers together with regional ministers. And indeed, as we speak, we have 56 ministers appointed. Mr. Speaker, this is going to give us a briefing space, because if the president is disciplined and he engages the labor front that I want to give you 10% pay rise, they will listen to the president because he's walking the talk. The president told us that he is going to cut unnecessary expenditures. We had a president who appointed about 123 ministers. We complained about it. They told us the end will justify the means. And the end has justified the means. The result is 88 that you have. You started with 169. Your second term, you came to 137. You wanted to do a third term. And the verdict is out there, 88. And it rings a bell. So when I hear them say, we've done this, we've done this, we've done that. So are you saying that people of this country are so ungrateful that all the good things you did, they did not see them? For punishing you up to this level, a vote difference of 1.7 million. Mr. Speaker, the president promised us that he is going to put in place a program called Feed Ghana program. Mr. Speaker, look at the inflation level that we have in this country as we speak. We left inflation at 15%. They increased inflation to 54%. Now that which is coming down is 23.8%. 23.8%. Is it not the case that you took our debt stock from 120 billion to 721 billion? Is it not the case? And you've gone to the other side, and you are saying you've done so beautifully, said that the people of this country are ungrateful and they punish you for all these things. Mr. Speaker, the mess they created, sometimes I sit back and ask myself, how can our friends be that bold, organize press conferences, telling everybody that we left this buffet, about 6 billion buffet, we left this. What is the effect of all these things, Mr. Speaker? The president told us the sinking fund, the dollar account, they left $64,000 in that account. Are you disputing this fact? They left 143 million in the CD account. Nobody's arguing about it. How can 143 million and $64,000 pay 6 billion bondholders coupon? That cannot be possible. How? So, Mr. Speaker, there's a good news for all of us. The president extended an invitation to our colleagues. Let's put all hands on deck. The winner takes all mantle that has become a problem for all of us. Let's build the Ghana we all want. Mr. Speaker, we invited them to economic dialogue. They refused to attend. But if inflation comes down, won't you benefit? If the exchange rate is stable, won't you benefit? If prices of goods and services is even stable, won't you benefit from it? Mr. Speaker, we are talking about our food import. And the drivers of our inflation is food and transport. These are some of the things we want to bring everybody on board so that we'll get the buy-in. So by the end of the day, nobody will go and complain that we were not involved. Come and let's take part of all this restructuring that we are talking about, the resetting we are talking about, building the Ghana we all want. So that by the end of the day, we'll have one country because we are one people. It doesn't matter your political difference. So please, you've lost the elections. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. And you can't change the narrative. So please, one country, let's put all hands on deck and deal with the situation. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dongo said it here. So if about 80,000 ghost names, 80,000, how much are we losing? If members may recall, in 2018, our friends announced to us that they've dealt with issues about ghost names. That very year, the Chief Director of Ministry of Finance was captured as a ghost. The man who was supposed to make payments, transferred money to Control Accountant General, was classified as a ghost. It tells you the information they put out was misleading. They give us information as if they are doing something better. But on the day, if you go to the ground, you can't see those things over there. And reality has dawned on all of us. And the results is out there. The verdict is out there. So, Mr. Speaker, the president provided leadership. He did not throw his hands in the air. He has extended invitation to everyone. Let's come together and reset this economy, reset this country, and build the Ghana we all want. So by the end of the day, we can also sit back and say we were part of the process. We contributed our part. In the State of the Nation address, the president touched on a Jumawura program. And according to the president, we will create, track, and mentor businesses. Out of this, about 10,000 businesses will be supported. Mr. Speaker, Okada business has come to stay, whether we like it or not. And it is giving convenience to many people, especially when you are stuck in traffic. Right now, the transport minister is undergoing some engagement with other colleagues Rwanda is part of it. He will go to other countries to learn best practices. They've done it better. Some of you travel to China, you travel to India, you see people using motorcycles to transport people to marketplaces. Though they have limited lanes, there are certain places they can't go. You see it all over the places that you travel to. So it's possible. It's not yesterday's possible. This one is possible. And Mr. Speaker, under this program, you are going to engage about 10,000 operators and we'll teach them road safety issues. It's not like we are just allowing them to ply our roads without any protocol. No, we need to train them about road safety. We have to make sure that they put on their helmet and all the safety mechanisms are put in place. It will create employment for our youth so that they will not go back to the street and be stealing and be doing other things which all of us will say are unacceptable in our society. So, Mr. Speaker, I will thank the President for being bold and then telling us the true state of our economy. We all know Cocoa Board is on its knees. We know GhanaWeb is on its knees. Nobody should come and tell you another story because we are living it. We saw it. And he who knows it, feels it, knows it. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Speaker, we know the verdict out there. That's why we are where we are today. But there should be a paradigm shift. We are going to reset the nation to build the Ghana we all want. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Just a quick information to you, Mr. Speaker. Our side listened quietly and enjoyed Honorable Achampo. I only pray that our colleagues would also be quiet to listen to Honorable Abna Osayasari.
Yes, Honorable Member for Atiwa East, right? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. And it's taken a while, but I'm glad I have been given that opportunity to also add my contribution to the State of the Nation's address. Mr. Speaker, honestly, we're expecting the President to use the SONA to set the tone for his administration's governance. But what did we see? What did we see, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker? We rather saw a predictable mixture of economic doomsaying, political blame shifting, and populist promises that is unsustainable, looking at where he claims we are now. Mr. Speaker, in addition to painting that gloomy picture, he says he inherited.
Please, honorable members, please.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to painting that gloomy picture he says he inherited, the President has outlined very heavy expansionary fiscal policies. And I doubt if in any way this is not a populist agenda. I doubt if this is sustainable. Mr. Speaker, on one hand, the President says the economy is in an ICU state. But on the other hand, he's pushed far-reaching social intervention measures with no clear funding plan. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please.
Mr. Speaker, clearly, we in the MPP never shied away from the challenges in the economy. We were honest about it. And that is why we came up with the PCPEG program, the post-COVID-19 program for economic growth. That is what we came up with. We did not lament. We did not throw our hands in the air.
Why you do that? We'll disturb you people.
We acknowledged the challenges and came up with this program, which we sent the IMF to assist us in the bailouts. So we did not go to the IMF empty-handed, but we went with our plan. And 2 years down the line, Mr. Speaker, you see, everybody can tell that truly the plan yielded some results. Let me start with the financial sector, Mr. Speaker. For us, the data is clear. We left a much stronger financial sector than what we inherited in 2016. Mr. Speaker, this is why I say so. In 2015, an asset quality review report was done with the IMF, stating the strengths and weaknesses of the banks. And in that report, we saw that some of the banks were bleeding. President Mahama at that time failed to do the needful. He failed to stop the bleeding. In 2016, he failed to stop the bleeding. It took a strong and decisive leader in the person of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to do the needful. To forestall the total collapse of the financial sector. And Mr. Speaker, as a result of this, 1, we were able to save 4.6 million depositors' money. 2, the total banking assets, which we inherited in 2016, was around 81.2 billion Ghana cedis. By October 2024, the total banking assets, which we had, was 367.5 billion Ghana cedis. And this was in October 2024. Mr. Speaker, we also saw the private sector credit increase by 28.8%. And clearly, we have also seen improved ratios in the banks. And this is data coming from Bank of Ghana for January 2025. This is data coming from Bank of Ghana for January 2025. Mr. Speaker, I'm beginning to suspect that with the criticism that the president is giving in the financial sector, maybe he wants to use that as an excuse to recklessly give out banking licenses again for us to witness what we saw in the DKM saga. We haven't forgotten about that. Let us remember, we needed a bold and decisive leader to stem the tide in the financial sector. And it was the MPP government led by President Akufo-Addo who did that and saved so much. And here we are with the results today. Data does not lie. Mr. Speaker, still on the economy, we were here when the president told us that we have a scanty reserves for debt servicing. And speaker after speaker on the other side mentioned that as well. But Mr. Speaker, what he failed to say was that across the globe, there were resource challenges as a result of COVID-19 and the Russian-Ukraine war. Mr. Speaker, I was expecting this from them. It's the same with President Mahama. When he goes out there, outside this country, he acknowledges the effect of COVID-19 and Russian-Ukraine war. But as soon as President Mahama gets back to Ghana, he closes that memory. He closes that and never mentions the fact that COVID-19 happened, and as well as the Russian-Ukraine war. So clearly, we left. Mr. Speaker, let us take note that this same scanty resources is what we have left in the form of gross international reserves of 8.9 billion Ghana cedis. And this is what they are currently using to shore up the Ghana cedi against its trading currencies. Mr. Speaker, currently the cedi is relatively stable. Mr. Speaker, we also left in, not necessarily in the sinking fund, but we left huge sums of money such that they were able to pay the 6 billion Ghana cedis coupon due. Mr. Speaker, we left enough money to enable them pay the 6 billion coupon, which was due just 2 weeks ago. So, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to keep money only in the sinking fund. You have several accounts which you can keep money. This is innovative ways of raising money and keeping money, and that is exactly what we did. Mr. Speaker, like I said, we left a huge sums of money in the account, and that is why they were able to pay the 6 billion. We all know how President Mahama was very happy when they were able to pay the 6 billion. This is money that they did not work for. This is money that we ring-fenced and saved to enable our incoming government to also be able to fulfill its obligations. That is what we do. There is continuity in government, and so we think ahead and we make sure we make such provisions. Listen. Let me also put it on record that yes, it is true that in 2016, when NDC was leaving, they left $250 million in the sinking fund. But you have forgotten that when you left $250 million in the sinking fund, that year alone, the debt servicing due for us to pay when we inherited the reins of government was $1 billion. $1 billion. $1 billion. $1 billion. Take out $250 million from $1 billion. What do you get? Ask us how we paid it. We did not go around complaining about it, but we did the needful because we had a decisive leader who was responsible and competent. Mr. Speaker, let me also put on record Mr. Speaker, let me also put on record that it is evident for everybody to see that an economy that grew by an average of 6.3% from Q1 of 2024 to Q3 of 2024 cannot be said to be an economy in ICU state. An economy that had 3.4% growth in 2016 was never called a mismanaged economy. An economy that had 3.4% growth in 2016 was not called a criminally mismanaged economy. How should we call a 6.3% economic growth rate? It is not just okay to be throwing out words. It is not just okay to be throwing out words. If you have the data, let the data speak for you. Mr. Speaker, we also made sure that as at November, we had a primary balance of 0.4%. In 2016, what did we see? A negative primary balance. Mr. Speaker, against all these things, against all, the negative impressions the president created about the economy, we were able to exceed our domestic revenue collections. In 2024, we were able to exceed our domestic revenue collections. So how do you call such an economy? So clearly, on the State of the Nation's address, Mr. President will have to come again because he gave very inaccurate figures and facts. Mr. Speaker, but we all acknowledge that we are not out of the woods yet. We began with the domestic debt exchange. We had about 99% participation. We have also done the external debt exchange. We have 93% participation. We were able to save about $8.1 billion US. And I'm asking my friends on the other side, what is left of the external is just 7%. This is not too hard. Complete it and let's finish this. It's just 7% left. We have done the 93% of the work. Go ahead and finish it with just the 7%. I doubt if you'll be able to do it. Mr. Speaker, let me also come to the populist expansionary policy. I heard His Excellency say that he is coming up with the Agri for Economic Transformation agenda. He's coming up with the Feed Ghana program agenda, the Poultry Farm to Table in Kokon Kitinkiti program, the 1 million coders program, and finally, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, Mahama Care. But let me ask ourselves, which president will name an initiative after himself or herself? Which president? Which president? Except President Mahama. Except President Mahama. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Why did you name it here? People take attention.
Mr. Speaker, I'm asking myself, which president will name in Ghana, will name an initiative after himself or herself, except President Mahama?
The last time branded buses after
Mr. Speaker, I must say that these are real expansionary policies. These are real expansionary policies. And I'm asking myself, President Mahama says he's going to cut expenditure. So on one side, you are cutting expenditure. On the other side, you are bringing huge expansionary policies. Where are you going to get the funding from? Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic about this. And let's make sure that, one, Mr. Speaker, what we in the minority are demanding of the president is that we want him to be responsible and competent and focus on, one, sustaining and improving the growing confidence in the economy as a result of the turn of things. We want the president to sustain the growing confidence in the economy and not commit to large-scale expansionary projects. Two, we also want the president to ensure fiscal discipline and efficient use of resources. That is what we expect from the president. Mr. Speaker, we also want the president, one thing on my heart, is for the president to strengthen the private sector.
At least she still have 1 more minute, so please.
For the president to
listen to her.
To strengthen the private sector, to enable the private sector create the jobs, and not government be creating temporary jobs that will not last, and at the end of the day will disappoint a lot of people. So, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the national dialogue, I'm very, very happy of what happened yesterday. Yesterday, Mr. Ishmael Yamson said one thing, very, very profound. He said, I read on Joy FM that he said that, listen, nobody can transform this nation as President Mahama himself. Because in places where there's been transformation, it takes just one single leader to do that. It takes just one single leader.
Honorable members, please. Some of you have difficulty in catching my eye. For sure. Because if what you do is just to make noise and shout across, there is no way that you can get opportunity to contribute. Because you've done it by shouting. And then you complain that your constituents don't hear you. But they see you. The cameras are capturing you. And they are looking at you shouting. Please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rounding up. What I said was yesterday, I saw on my Joy Online what Mr. Ishmael Yamson